Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Southern Discomfort. I'm your host with the ghost, the paranormal pastor, Ezekiel Kincaid, and I have a great couple next shows planned out for y'all. But before we actually jump into the topic of those shows and what we're going to be doing tonight, and then next week is as well. We're going to give everybody a chance to kind of gather on to the live chat and tune in here just for a minute. But we are going to look at, for those of you who tuned in last week, you know that we went and did a paranormal investigation at a haunted road here in my hometown called Frenchtown Road. We had some activity out there. We also had the police come, and we ended up talking to the officer, and he shared with us his experiences about this road and the stuff that he and his sergeant had encountered out there. And I had mentioned last week as well that up until I did the investigation out there, I was always skeptical about the place. I never believed it was truly haunted. I thought the urban legend, simply that it was just urban legend. It was a lot of hype. It was a lot of people just going out there and scaring themselves. But when we did the EVP and the stuff that came up on the EVP, when I went back and researched it, I was absolutely blown away. And since Tuesday night, I have had a change of heart. I do believe that there's something to that place. So it's always exciting as a paranormal investigator when something like this happens, that you're proven wrong. As I've told many of y'all, I am definitely more on the skeptical side. So I'll always go into a place thinking it's not haunted and that there needs to be evidence to show me otherwise. And so that was how I went into Frenchtown Road, and the evidence that we got was enough to sway me to the position that the place, I think, really has some paranormal activity going on out there. And that is what I am going to be sharing with you at the beginning of our show. And then what we're going to get into is, many of you know that I was a pastor for 20 years, and the Christian faith is my faith. It's my own personal belief. And so what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to come from that perspective, and I'm going to address an issue that many of you have dealt with in the paranormal community. And it's something that I deal with in the Christian community when I am trying to talk to other people who share a like faith as I do about what I do, about the paranormal. And the objection that I run into, and you've all encountered it, and the people you've probably encountered this objection from are probably all mostly Christians, because this is a mainstream belief in a lot of the big denominations. That is what many of us have dubbed the demonic deception hypothesis about ghosts. And that is the saying that every encounter with a ghost is not the encounter with a dead human spirit, so to speak, but it is an encounter with a demon, malevolent entity. And there's different beliefs about what demons are. I'll kind of share mine briefly. That can be another topic of discussion that we can get into at at one point, because there are various views about actually what demons are, where they came from, why they're still here. So that's another interesting subject to talk about. So what I'm going to do is I am going to share some highly documented cases of wouldn't call it hauntings, but highly documented cases of when ghosts, spirit of the dead, appeared to people who were in fact Christians. And this encounter with the paranormal actually spurred these people on in their ministry. And some of these people you will have heard of, some of them you may not. But the one that I know you have heard of is going to be C.S. Lewis. And we're going to talk about his encounter with the ghost of his wife, and then his appearance to another New Testament scholar by the name of J.B. Phillips. So we're going to look at some of these things, and then we're going to look at some passages out of the Bible. This will give you the, I hate to use the word ammunition, but the ammunition you need if you are approached by a Christian who is arguing against you that all ghosts are demons. You'll be able to take, our source book. We believe the Bible is inspired. You'll be able to go to our source book to them and be able to refute them from the book that they hold to that is so precious and inspired. It doesn't matter what your faith tradition is, or even if you don't have any faith tradition. What we're going to talk about tonight is going to be helpful for all of us in the paranormal community to be able to use when we encounter people. And so, like I said, it's mostly going to be Christians who are going to tell us that we are dabbling with demonic spirits, that we're opening ourselves up to possession, that we're committing these high sins against God himself, because ghosts are demons. So we're going to look at those issues. But before we get into that, I want to talk to you a little bit about the things that I discovered on Frenchtown Road. So let me ask Dustin real quick, how many people we got on right now, Dustin?
We have 13 so far.
13 so far? Okay.
Yep.
All right. I may just wait another few minutes, get some more folks on there. Do we have any familiar names who were there last week?
Oh yeah, we got quite a few, and we actually have a new one that is new here tonight. So I'm gonna go ahead and say her first. We got Clarissa. Welcome, Clarissa.
Thanks for joining, Clarissa. Glad to have you tonight.
And if Vickie wants to, let's see, we got Dana. Myers. Thank you.
You're welcome. We've got KK. We got Stacey. We have Kenneth Bird. We have Miss Clarissa, which is what Dustin said. I'm scrolling up. Mom's in chat.
All right.
Jen's in chat. Did I say KK?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to make sure I said my girl. All right. Miss Vegas is in chat. Vegas Paranormal's in chat.
Vegas is here.
Let's see. Brian LG 100's in chat.
Hey, Brian.
Jamaican is in chat.
Thanks for joining us.
Let me see. Sunshine's in chat.
Sunshine.
Mm-hmm. I love that name. Reminds me of sunshine on a rainy day. Anyways, I'm scrolling down to the bottom, see if we got any new ones.
Okay. I just want to give anybody a chance, especially those who were there last week for the live stream or watched it afterwards. I definitely want to give them a chance to be here in the first part of this when we're going back and talking about what I discovered out there through the EVP session.
And I just shared it out. I shared it on Twitter, and I shared it out on the community tab to try and get a few more in for you.
Okay. I'm not gonna wait too long. We got a lot to cover tonight.
And Beth will be here. Vickie and I will be looking for her.
Yep, she said she was gonna join. She'd be in here.
Yeah. So if you exit solo mode, we'll make sure to get you right back up in solo mode after we get her in.
Yep. Some of y'all may notice I look a little different. I shaved my beard off. It's starting to get hot down here, so it came off. Shaved it off. I look 15 years younger.
You do look a lot different.
I do.
I cut the boys' hair today too because of that.
Yep. So the beard came off. The long hair is not going to go. I'm keeping that. I'm not cutting that.
Right.
But the beard had to go.
Why didn't you could have thinned it down to like a goatee or something.
I don't know. I got so much gray in my beard. It makes me look older than I actually am.
Oh, hogwash.
Then when I shave, it makes me look younger than I actually am. So, any more new people jump on?
No, not so far.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and get started with what we discovered last week with the EVP session. So one of the interesting things is the first spirit that showed up and communicated with us. He mentioned that his name was Francis. And then there were about 4 or 5 other names that were mentioned in the EVP session. And then as there last week, Theo doll, and she's here with us, a haunted doll. So say hello to Theo. She'll join us for every show. But I had her up there, and she works a lot as a conduit with the spirits of children. They seem to really take to her. So I had her up there. We were getting ready to do it, and then police showed up, and apparently the park is closed at sunset, which we didn't know that. So he was really, really cool about it. But he began sharing with us. I told him what we were doing out there, and he began sharing with us some stories about some things that he had seen, and then also how his sergeant refused to go out there because of what he had seen. So if you haven't watched that live stream yet, you can go back and watch it. It's episode 2 of Southern Discomfort. Really cool to hear what they said. But getting back to the EVP. So the first name that was mentioned was Francis. Like there's the notes, everything mentioned from the EVP. So you can see that we had named Francis. We had an Earl, a Mick, a Raymond, a Hannah, and then one of the things that is really cool is look at the last 2 on there. It says, "We are watching you and keep walking." This happened. "We are watching you" happened while I was sitting up and had Theo on the tracks with me. The "keep walking" was on there. This popped up. This is the time when the officer came and I was walking away to go see what was going on. So that in itself is kind of a little crazy. But if you look at all these names, so the first one I looked up Francis was the first one that I looked up. And when I looked this up, I found that there was indeed a Francis who lived off of Frenchtown Road who passed away in February 2009. Dustin has it up there on the screen. So when I saw that, you know, my radar immediately goes up, and I'm like, okay, you know, that's a little odd, but still could be coincidental. But then I went and I looked up the names, and this is where it goes beyond coincidence into astronomical odds. Every single guy name mentioned are all neighbors who were still alive surrounding Francis's home. The last name, Hannah, was a cousin of another neighbor who lived in the same area off of Frenchtown Road. So when I read that and saw that, and then taking into consideration what the officer told us, that kind of made me pause and say, okay, there probably is something to this place, because all 5 names being associated with that road and all of them being neighbors or related to a neighbor, the odds of that being coincidental are astronomical. Like, if it was 1, maybe 2, then we would chalk that up as, you know, but all of the names being associated out there with it. And when I read that, I was like, okay, we were really onto something here. Now, my conjecture, my hypothesis is we all know that there can be spirits who don't know that they're dead. The thing with this Francis person is they passed away when, like, he passed away when he was older. So there could be the possibility that maybe he had Alzheimer's and dementia. Possibility. He didn't know he was dead, didn't know where he was at, thought he was still alive, mentioning his neighbor's name that live around him. Don't know. It's just a possibility, and we probably won't know unless he decides to go up again one day and tell us some more about himself. But I wanted to share that, everybody, to let you know that you know, the investigation was not a bust, and that it actually swayed me to thinking that the place, that there is something to it. Now, the other thing that I have available for just for your information is I mentioned that there was an article I had written a while back about Frenchtown Road, and it goes more in depth to some of the urban legends out there. And the other thing in that article I had mentioned on live stream is that I had older pictures of the place, because when we looked at it last week, you could see that a lot of the graffiti had been painted over. But Dustin has the article right here, so you can look at, we can go through some of these pictures. Let's go ahead and scroll up, Dustin. You'll see these I took on the railroad tracks that were close to the bridge that I was standing on. So those are the tracks. Scrolling down to the next picture. There's the bridge. Go to the next one. Now see on that post right there. Go down a little bit, Dustin. Go back down. Up. Sorry. You can see the word portal is written on there. That's one of the words that was spray painted out when we looked at it last time, because the belief is that that Frenchtown Road down there was actually a portal to hell. Go ahead and scroll to the next one. Here's more graffiti that was spray painted over when we were out there. It says Satan. This one, let's see what this one is. So this is the part where it used to say, "Welcome to the gates of hell." If you enlarge it, you can still kind of make out some of the lettering there to where it said that, but that part has now been completely spray painted over. I showed y'all that part last week as well. So you can go to that article. It's on my my blog, Ezekiel Kincaid at wordpress.com. I also mentioned, you heard us talk about a house where the witch supposedly lived, but it was destroyed in the flood of 2016. I was able to get some pictures of the house. I took these pictures in 2015, so this was a year before it flooded. So go down to the next picture, Dustin. Scroll down. So yep, there's the road leading back to the house. And if you get on there and enlarge it, you can kind of see the house. Scroll to the next one. I couldn't get back there. It was during daylight. There were no trespassing signs posted, so I didn't mess with it. I just took it from the road. I don't know if there's any. Yeah, that's all the pictures. But that was the best of the house that I could get. If you go on the website and click on the picture, you can enlarge it and see it and read about all the different phenomenon that has been reported over the years back there. So used to be a skeptic about the place. Now I am a believer based on what we discovered out there. So before we head on to the topic for tonight, does anybody have any questions, comments?
We did have one question. Banshee wanted to know, you laid on those tracks, the ones that were showed?
Yes, those were the tracks I laid on.
All right, and we have a couple of more people that's jumped on. Of course, Banshee was one of them.
All right.
Saturn was another one that jumped in. Paul Wright Lawns, he's jumped in chat. And we have Paranormal Witch.
Welcome. Glad to have y'all joining us tonight. You're just in time for the meat of what we are going to be doing. Give a chance for any more questions, especially if there's anybody who was there watching last week and may have any questions or comments about what I discovered on the EVPs.
I have a question.
Yes.
Out of the names that you got, who was the youngest of the name and how old were they?
I don't remember. I'd have to go back and check. I was so floored that every single name was spot on that I didn't even think to look at the ages, but that's something I can go back and do. I
think it was pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. I think it was awesome.
Yeah. It was like I looked up one name and I saw it. I was like, okay. And I was like, surely the third one will be a bust. Nope. Okay, surely the fourth one. Nope. All of them were connected. It's just crazy. Excuse me 1 second.
Uh-huh. When you get back, I have a question.
Shoot.
Okay. Paul wants to know, are you still in Louisiana?
Mm-hmm. I am.
And Banshee said, I remember anxiety came up while you were laying on the tracks.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, that was another thing. I actually told KK this the next day. I have anxiety issues, and I had a huge anxiety attack earlier that day.
Wow.
So,
And
I wonder if it was connected.
I don't know.
For people that may want to know Zeke, I want to make sure I say the right one. Was it it was the Spotted Ghost Spirit Talker app, correct?
Yes, that's the one that we used.
Okay.
I had, okay, y'all, I thought I was going to have something really, really awesome and rich to share with y'all. The other night I was doing a session around here with the same app, and we discovered a spirit who called herself Julie. And he said that she was going to appear to us. So my daughter and I were the ones doing the investigations. We went into a bathroom and stuck into it and did another EVP session. And in the middle of while I was asking a question, like I'm looking through my camera as I'm filming it, I can see light orbs start off. And then something moves across the screen, just like that. Like almost like somebody just walking past it, just really quick, just like that. And I was like, oh my God, it's like we've got something on here. So the video was probably about 3 or 4 minutes that this happened. So I stopped the recording. And then I went back to watch the recording, and there was only 30 seconds of it. The rest of it was not there. It stopped right before the light orbs were going off, and before we saw that flash moving over. And the weird thing is I had my camera filming the whole time. I saw the numbers ticking by. And the light of my camera is on because I had the lights off in the bathroom. So I was recording. The light automatically comes on my phone when it's dark. And then when we went back to watch it, it was all gone except for the first 30 seconds. And it stopped right before the orbs started appearing. And I don't know what happened to it. I went and filmed and used my camera just to film other stuff around the house, just to see what was going on, if it was something with my phone. And all the other videos recorded without any type of issue. So whoever she was, she, I guess, did not want everybody seeing her. But I was hoping to have that to show y'all, but it's gone. So
that's pretty wild.
Yeah,
That he is.
I've never had that happen before. Just gone.
Let me make sure that this is how you said it. So while you were filming, the whole time you were filming, you never lost battery connection, nothing. Like it stayed lit the whole time filming. But then when you went back to check it, every bit of it was erased. Is that correct?
Except for the first 30 seconds. It stopped. The video stopped right before the light orbs came.
That is pretty amazing. I'm just saying, if you collectively think about it. So as soon as those orbs start coming in and it starts lighting the way for her to draw energy, then she turns around and deletes everything after that. Like from her appearance on, she deletes. I'm just saying that's pretty doggone cool.
Yep. She's obviously very shy and private, and I didn't know that. I mean, she said she was going to appear to us. I was like, oh, I'm get this on camera in case something happens. I'll have something to show everybody. And she wasn't going to go along with that plan, apparently.
Okay, I have a question. Clarissa asked, Zeke, do you have a YouTube channel?
No, I mooch off of Dustin. No,
But you do have.
I have 2 websites. I have an Amazon page, Twitter, Instagram. But yeah, this is the only thing show wise I do is just all connected with Dustin. So.
And it's easier for him too because he can focus on all his other platforms, his radio interviews, et cetera, and that's another reason why we offered him, Tuesday nights, because it's another platform for him to be able to, teach his knowledge and reach out to you all.
Yeah. So yeah, Dustin is a great friend, and there's a lot. I'm thankful.
I forgot to mute. That's Allie wanting a treat.
Oh,
He wants to get on. Let her do the show.
Sorry.
that's okay. PPR, there's a statement for you from Paul. It says, PPR, look up Pigman Road, Angeloa, New York. I live right next to it. It's the road.
Okay.
And KK, thank you. KK, put your blog up for everybody to see. Now I'm going to mute.
Thank you, KK. All right. Wait, if anybody else has any questions about Frenchtown Road or about my deleted video we talked about, I want to give a few more moments for them to ask before we get into what we'll be talking about for the next 2 shows about Ghost.
All right.
We got one more question.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Banshee wants to know, so Francis, was it a female?
A male.
A male.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you got 16 people in here now.
All right. Welcome, everybody.
And here, I'll show it one more time for you in case anyone missed it, but there's the Francis right there.
Dustin, why don't you show the railroad tracks again, if you can, so everybody can see exactly where Zeke was laying.
All right, let me bring it back up. Gotta do it this way. Gotta open that window back up. Give me just a moment.
Okay.
All right. Molly Drake's in the house. She just jumped into chat.
Welcome, Molly.
So when you went out to the railroad tracks, how far down the tracks did you actually go for everybody?
Like Tuesday night?
Yeah, last Tuesday.
Yeah, I was laying in the middle of the bridge. I was well, if you're facing the bridge from the park side, it would actually be more towards the left of it. But those pictures right there were taken up on top of the tracks.
Okay. I think it shows another one, Dustin, of the overlay, the bridge.
One of the overpass.
Yeah.
Up. Go back down. Keep going. Yep, there it is.
And that's where you were laying, right? On the right?
Yep. If you look towards the right top, I was kind of towards that end. Yep, right around there. That's where I was laying.
That's what I was thinking. Okay, so Banshee also says Francis is usually spelt with an IS, must be a French connection. Did you find anything that said one way or the other by chance? If it was French?
I did not. I tried to do some more research about it being a burial ground, Indian burial ground, and it was very sparse. It was some people saying it was, some people saying that was just a myth. There was nothing concrete about there actually being a real Indian burial ground there. So I don't know if that part of the legend is true or not. It's hard to verify that, unless there's somebody still alive who can authenticate that. We're just kind of left to guess whether it really was or not.
Right. I don't know, but Francis typically with the French, I mean, it was ES, and over here typically you don't see that as much. I will say that.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got a lot of Cajun French roots here in Louisiana, so you see that stuff quite often here. And
you said he was 80 something, 83 or something like that?
Yeah, he was definitely older.
So with that age span, he was probably named after like a grandfather or his father. It was probably passed on. Possibly. And it was probably passed on with that spelling.
Yep.
Got up to 19 people now, Zeke.
All right. Welcome, everybody, all the new folks. Thanks for joining us. Oh, well, all right. If there's no more questions about Frenchtown Road, we'll go ahead and do some teaching and discussion on ghosts if everybody's ready.
We got one more jumped in the house. We got Honey Bubs, aka Jenna.
Welcome, Jenna.
All right, I'm going to mute.
All right. So I want to start off tonight. We're looking at this idea of ghost. And the thing I'm going to be addressing is the belief, I refer to it as the demonic deception hypothesis, that every ghostly or paranormal encounter or psychic ability is all demonic. This view stems mainly from mainstream Christianity and is taught by a lot of the larger denominations that are out there. So it's very important for us to address this issue, because me as a Christian, it's my own personal belief that Christian people should be heavily involved in the paranormal. Our worldview is that of a supernatural worldview. We believe in a God, an all-powerful God who is very active in the world. We believe in the supernatural. We believe that there are forces beyond what our eye can see. But instead, what we find, instead of a lot of Christians embracing the paranormal and the paranormal research, they are shunning it and they're pushing it away and they're writing it all off as demonic and saying that we are messing with evil spirits, we're messing with demonic spirits, we're opening ourselves up to possession, we're sinning greatly against God by doing these things. Now, I just want to say that I know that everybody watching the show and all of us in the paranormal community, we all have different spiritual beliefs, and that's okay. Right? We all believe in the same thing. We just have different ways that we get there. And so what I'm presenting tonight, I think, can be beneficial for everybody, because all of us, I'm sure, you do this long enough, you're going to encounter the well-meaning Christian who's going to come at you and tell you that what you're messing with is demon spirits. What I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to give you some heavy ammunition to refute that. I mean, you may already have your own stuff, and that's cool. I'm going to give you some stuff to add to your arsenal. But one of the most important keys I'm going to give you is, obviously Christians hold the Bible as their authority and as a highly inspired supernatural book. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you scriptures from the Bible that actually refute and go against this teaching that ghosts are demon spirits and that every ghost is a demon spirit. So then when a well-meaning Christian approaches you about this, you'll be able to go to their source book and use the scriptures to refute their own belief from the own book that we hold as God's inspired revelation. So this is going to be very beneficial for everybody. I hope there's also people who are watching who are skeptical. I hope there's other Christians that are on here who might not agree with us and actually hold to this type of belief. Hope to challenge that view and make them think about these certain topics. So the way we're going to go at this, it's going to take at least 2 episodes to kind of get the pertinent information out there in your hands. Sadly, I've got this all written out, but I haven't really posted it. So my goal is to eventually post these articles and stuff that I'm writing on the psychic and supernatural, to post these on my Southern Discomfort website as resources for everybody to use. So the way we're going to start off is I'm going to talk about this demonic deception hypothesis. And we're going to examine it for what it is. Then we're going to examine some very well documented cases of dead Christians appearing to other Christians from beyond the grave to give them words of encouragement to continue their ministry that they are doing for God. We're going to look at some stuff in the Old Testament and then some stuff in the New Testament that is going to refute this demonic deception hypothesis. So one of the first things we hear is the main view for a lot of Christians is that demons are fallen angels. I don't agree with that view. That's something that we can get into for a whole other discussion. So I'm not going to tap into it there. I'm just saying that I don't believe that demons are fallen angels. There's a belief that in Jesus's day, they believed that the demon spirits, they called them unclean spirits, and they took this from the book of Enoch. A lot of us in the paranormal community and the horror community are very, very familiar with the book of Enoch. It was a book that was, it's Jewish literature that was written in a time period between the Old and New Testament, somewhere between 100, 200 BCE. And then it went and later had stuff added to it, which is one of the reasons it wasn't accepted for canonization as Holy Scripture across all denominations, because they couldn't tell how much the document had been corrupted from its original state. So they just really said, okay, we're just not going to touch this, even though Enoch was highly influential in the New Testament to the New Testament writers. You can see the influence all over the place when you go back and read and study it through study the New Testament through the eyes of first Enoch. But the belief in Jesus's day was that demon spirits were the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim, of the giants who died in the flood. The other belief in the early church, besides angels, demons being fallen angels, other belief, and this wasn't a widely held one. This was kind of one of the least popular views. So it's barely brought up and it's not talked about. Like, you have to dig through some popular church theologians from back in that day, dig through their writings to actually find this. But there were some of them who believed that demon spirits were actually the ghost of very, very wicked, evil people who had lived. And so in the early church, the idea of demons being angels didn't develop till later in the early church. Up until then, they believed that demon spirits were either the spirits of the Nephilim who died on the flood, or the ghost of really, 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 really wicked, evil humans who had lived. We'll get more into that later, as I said. But I want to quote there, for those of you who have ever done any studying from a Christian perspective on the occult or ghost or mediums or psychic phenomenon, one of the big leading voices is a guy by the name of Ron Rhodes. And Ron holds to this demonic deception encounter. I think this demonic deception hypothesis that every encounter with a ghost is an encounter with a demon spirit. And he basically believes that most paranormal activity that is recorded and talked about is sheer subjectivism. But one thing he says, and he does make this caveat, and I'll give a quote here from him. He says, though alleged ghost encounters can be explained this way as just sheer subjectivism, people sometimes genuinely encounter a spirit entity, though not a dead human. Some people encounter demonic spirits who may mimic dead people in order to deceive the living. And then he quotes two passages of scripture to prove this point. He quotes 1 John 4:1 and 1 Timothy 4:1 through 3. And we're going to look at that and see if that really holds, if they're really teaching this hypothesis. I can't agree with his statement, with such a blanket statement to say every encounter is a demonic encounter. That statement goes too far. And I also disagree with what these texts that he's quoting teach. So 1 John 4:1, it says to test the spirits. So how do we test them? The next verse provides the answer. John says, by this you will know the Spirit of God. Every spirit that confesses Jesus Christ has not come in the flesh. Or excuse me, every spirit that confesses that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is from God. So while demons, I think we all would agree that they can impersonate the dead. We've all talked about being very, very careful when we do these things, or we hear mediums warn us about when you're summoning the dead, be very, very careful, because you really don't know. It takes work and discernment to know if you've conjured up really a dead spirit or a demon. So can demons impersonate the dead? I would say yes. But is every ghost a demon? Absolutely not. So the verse here, test the spirits. This assumes that the spirits can be tested. My question is, if everything is a demon, what is the point of testing the spirits that we encounter? If we are called to test, there's no point if every spirit that we encounter is automatically demonic. John should not be telling us to test the spirits. So this passage of scripture alone should keep Christians who hold to the demonic deception hypothesis from making such a sweeping statement that everything is demonic, like Ron Rhodes makes. The next text he uses is from Paul. And Paul is basically saying in that passage is how in the latter times people will depart from the faith by devoting themselves to deceitful spirits and teachings of demons. This claim is making absolutely, this passage is making absolutely no claim about ghostly appearances. It's talking about the teachings of demons. things that are meant to drive people away from God, that are to drive people away from the truth. This passage has nothing to do with ghostly encounters. And so the two passages that this guy and many Christians build their case off of, the one in Timothy doesn't apply, and the one in John is stupid if everything is demonic. There's no point in testing the spirits if everything is demonic. We can just automatically say, oh, encounter with and it's a demon. There's no need to test it. So what I want to do is we're going to take this passage of 1 John where it says to test the spirits. So what we're going to do is I am going to talk about some different ghostly encounters here, and we're going to test the spirits that these people saw and what these spirits did in these encounters to determine, were these demonic spirits or were these really ghostly spirits of dead Christians who came to help one person in their time of need and to help other people in a time where they needed some great encouragement. Before we get to that, any questions while I am pulling up these stories?
Not any questions that I've seen. But David commented and said that he was given the gift to tell the difference between a spirit and an entity.
Mm-hmm.
And I want you, I would like you to rephrase how you said in the beginning, how that it's okay and we each have our own different opinions and beliefs, and that's okay. You want to re-say what you said in the beginning about that?
Yeah, they want me to repeat it?
No, I want you to repeat it because there's other people that had different beliefs in chat, and I just want you to everybody knows.
What I was saying is that, all right, we all of us in the paranormal community, we all have different spiritual beliefs about God, about the afterlife, all of those things. And so my point in saying that is we all believe in the paranormal, but we get there and we have a different lens and worldview or faith tradition that we view it through. I had mentioned earlier that the demonic deception hypothesis that is taught, that everything is a demon, that this teaching mainly comes from well-meaning Christians who demonize what we do to say that everything is demonic, we're being led astray by Satan, we're opening ourselves up to possession, yada yada yada, all the things that come with it. And because this argument mainly comes from Christians, what I'm doing is I'm taking what is taught and by these Christians, showing that it doesn't fit in their own scriptures that they hold to. And then what I'm doing is I'm going to give you stuff from the Bible that you can use when you encounter these people, because all Christians hold the Bible we hold it to such great esteem as an inspired book. And so you being able to use the source material and the very thing that they hold dear to correct their belief in theology is going to carry with it a lot more weight to your argument in their eyes. So,
all right. I have a note. Thank you so much, Zeke. Yeah. I appreciate that. And then Dark Shadows made a comment and said, all through the scripture, there are passages that speaks about spirit, demons, prophets, etc.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Absolutely. We can get into that when we talk about demons at some point. When it talks about an evil spirit and a fallen angel, these are two different entities. and they function very, very differently.
And David agreed with you. He said they based the whole argument on one quote out of context in the Bible, on, figuratively one quote.
Yep.
Because we know there's just a couple of quotes actually that they keep just like nailing.
Yes. Yep. So I'm gonna give you some stuff that will help equip you to bring down and silence this argument. And there's some very, very powerful arguments from Scripture that really push against that demonic deception hypothesis. But what we're going to do here is I'm bringing these 3 encounters up because they are very popular, well-documented encounters. One of these has been the subject of 2 television shows. And the reason this is going to be important for you, every person involved in this encounter was a Christian. And so that's why I'm picking this, so that you can use this against other Christians who will come at you on this subject. So buckle up. We're going to go through these stories. And remember, we're taking their verse. We're taking this verse about testing the spirits, and we're gonna test the spirits and see if this is demonic. What do we know about demon spirits? Right? They are malevolent. They're evil. They're deceptive. They want to cause pain and destruction and chaos. So let's see here if these spirits that show up in these encounters cause any of these things, or let's see if they do the total opposite. So there's this story, the haunted highway, and it's this story about this mother's love for her child that goes beyond the grave. Now, the first time I ran across this episode or this story was on the show Paranormal Witness. And I'm sure a lot of you have seen that show. For me, the times that I've watched it, I think Paranormal Witness out of the popular shows is probably one of the more credible ones out there. But this specific episode aired on September 14th, 2011, and it was called The Haunted Highway. It's season 1, episode 102. If anybody wants to look that up and maybe go back and watch it. But this wasn't the first time that this story had been on the air. In 1997, Unsolved Mysteries, they were the very first ones to pick up this story. And I also, in my studies, I ran across another author by the name of Chris Putnam. And he has a book called The Supernatural Worldview. And what is cool about this book is that Chris was actually able to interview the family members who were involved, and he was able to acquire more information about this case that didn't make the TV shows. And so what I'm going to share with you right now is stuff that was mentioned on the show, but stuff that was not mentioned on the show that is in Chris Putnam's book with this interview. And so if you have not read that book, it is written from a Christian perspective, but Chris, like me, is a big believer in the paranormal. He doesn't believe ghosts are demons. He and I share a lot of the same views. So I highly, highly recommend that book, if not for anything, just to get it and read the interview in there by the family members. It's pretty fascinating. So let's set the stage of this story for those of you who are not familiar. I know some of you may be, because this is a pretty popular story in the paranormal community, because it's used as a very well-documented case of paranormal ghostly encounter. So there was a lady by the name of Christine Scullys, and she had a 3-year-old son named Nick, and they ended up going missing off of Highway 50 outside of somewhere in California. Placerville or something like that, Highway 52, somewhere out there in California, they went missing. Now, on Sunday, June 5th in 1994, Christine and Nick were moving from their home in Sacramento to start a new life in the Sierra Nevada mountains. It was Placerville. I'm looking at my notes right now. Yeah, it was about 15 minutes outside there. Christine had just earned her paralegal certification, and she was getting ready to start a new career. She also had plans of marrying Nick's father, who lived around that area. So she had a good life ahead of her. Now, this story centers around the mother, Christine, and her 3-year-old son. On June 8th, Christine's stepfather, Dave, he receives a telephone call from one of her friends saying that she was expecting Christine in town on Monday. It's Wednesday morning. Christine and Nick still haven't shown up. So Dave files a missing persons report with the police. He's driving up and down Highway 50 to see if she can find Christine, see if he can find Christine and Nick, and they're nowhere to be found. And so the police were, just going to chalk this up as another missing person who remains missing. But as you can see, the world beyond had different plans. Now, Chris, in his book, The Supernatural Worldview, he interviews a lady named Karen. And Karen was Christine's aunt. And what Chris says, that I thought was pretty cool, is Karen had agreed to do this interview to set the record straight about some things, because she said that her story and what she had relayed in the shows was not presented accurately. So one of the things that she specifically was not happy with the show about is she had mentioned this dream that she had. But on the show, they left out very important details about the dream. And so Karen wanted to go on record to tell about these details. So she agreed to do the interview with Chris. And I'm going to read this to you. I took this from Chris's book, The Supernatural Worldview. This is Karen's account of the dream she had on the night of the car accident that Christine and Nick were in. She says, Monday morning about 3 a.m., June 6, 1994, I had a dream of riding in the back seat of a car at night. I could see the silhouette of a child in the passenger seat and a girl driving. I could see the reflection of the headlights in the hood of the car. I could tell we were on a dark road because there were no street lights, and outside it seemed to be mountainous. That morning, I spoke to my mother and my sister and asked if they had heard from Chrissy. They said no, but I knew she was going to stop by a friend's house in Carson City, Nevada. So even though I felt a bit uneasy, I continued to push it out of my mind and told myself everything was okay. Well, it turns into the next day. Christine still hasn't gotten in contact with Karen. And so the day after that, Karen has another dream. She says, that night when I went to sleep, I had the same dream exactly as the night before. And I repeated the same activities as the day before, calling to check on Christine with the same disappointing results. It was now Tuesday, June 7th, and my concern grew stronger, and I felt very anxious. My heart felt heavy, and I had a sick feeling in my stomach. I knew something was very wrong. Now, if 2 dreams weren't enough, she has a third dream. And this is the one that is the most fascinating. And in this dream, it definitely seems as though the ghost of Christine was contacting her in order to save Nick, the little boy, who was lost and wandering around in the woods at this time. So in this quote I'm about to read, just know in here, Karen calls Christine her sister because the two were very, very close, but she was really, as I mentioned before, Christine's aunt. So the third night, that night I had another dream that was different than the other two. This dream was more of a catastrophic nature. I was in my sister's house and there was a horrible wind. This wind had so much force that the trees were completely bent in half. I was standing in front of the window and looking out into the yard. It was a big yard, as my sister lived on 16 acres with many tall pine trees. It was nighttime, and all of a sudden, the winds increased to hurricane-like winds. I could hear the sound of glass breaking and popping and metal scraping. I could even see sparks. I looked over in the yard, and I could see Nikki standing in the middle of the yard. I also saw my sister trying to get to him. There was so much debris blowing around and glass shattering and metal that looked like it was curled up. I was trying to help my sister, but I couldn't find my shoes. I was barefoot, and I knew I wouldn't be able to make it to her because of all the glass that was on the ground. I finally found them, and when I opened the door, the wind stopped. I ran to her, and she was just standing there with Nikki. Nervously, I was laughing, and I turned her towards me, and I asked if she was all right. When I looked into her eyes, they were blank, and there was no life in them. Her face was inexpressive. She looked as if she were in a trance because she didn't look at me, but through me. I asked if she was okay, and she said no. I said, "Are you going to be okay?" She looked at me with very haunting eyes and with a melancholy expression, and again said no. So this dream occurred Wednesday morning on June 8th. Okay, so table of events, car wreck happens, and Nick is missing in the woods. During this time period, Karen is having 3 different dreams about the event, including this last one about seeing Christine's ghost. That evening of June 8th, the deputy got the missing persons report. So Thursday rolls around. There's no new developments. Karen rallies the family. They're going to search the roadside for Christine and Nick. Karen is like very, very intense, and she is really passionate and moving forward with this and trying to get the family involved and helping. And she was convinced that Christine had been in a wreck and that Nick had survived. In her interview, she talks about how she could feel Nick. She could feel that he was still alive. But she said, "I couldn't feel Chrissy. I knew she was dead, but I could still feel that Nick was alive." So Karen finally convinces her family. They print up flyers. They begin distributing them all along Highway 50. Karen lived like 500 miles away. She travels. She rents a car to set out to find Nick. And this is something else she mentions in her interview. This is while she was traveling with her husband on their way to help with the search. About 2 hours into the trip, Karen says, "I just couldn't find the words to pray. Then there was a groaning in my spirit, and I began to hear an utterance that I couldn't understand. I believe it was the Holy Spirit. I began to hear a man's voice. It was dynamic and forceful, and he was praying. He was demanding, and he was rebuking. Even though it was strange, I understood every word. He was covering Chrissy and Nikki with the blood of Jesus. He was sending God's angels to surround them. It sounded like heaven was being called down with all the glory and love and protection. I do not believe I ever experienced such power before. I felt like I was enveloped in peace and warmth. I heard this for what seemed the entire trip. But then at one point, I couldn't feel Nikki any longer. I told my husband he could slow down. It was over. Nikki was gone. I could no longer feel him." So at this point, Karen believes that Nick has died. And Chris points out in his interview that there seems to be confirmation of this. But Nick did survive. In the investigation, the police came to the conclusion that what happened, Christine falls asleep at the wheel. She runs off the road. The car plummets 40 feet down an embankment, which made it impossible to see the car from the road. Chris also interviews Nick, the surviving son, in his book. And one of the things Chris says in his interview, what Nick says to Chris, he relays that he actually remembers much of the accident, as well as those nights in the woods. He remembered the roof being ripped off the car. He remembers sliding down the embankment. He remembers seeing his mom and getting out of the car. This kid had no food or water for 5 or 6 days. He had a concussion. He went through severe malnutrition and dehydration. So it was a miracle that this kid survived. So the big question is, how was he found? Okay, if the car couldn't be seen from the highway and Nick is lost in the woods, how was he located? Okay, there's a reason this story is called The Haunted Highway. On the Paranormal Witness show, a lady by the name of Deborah Hoyt, she's an unrelated person to the family. She describes on the show waking up early on the mornings of Saturday, June 11th. She feels this overwhelming urgency to go home. And so based on this premonition, she convinced her husband to get up and drive down Highway 50. And so he agrees, and they're on the way home to Lake Tahoe, and she saw what seemed to be a dead, naked young woman on the side of the road. So the way she described this woman matched Christine exactly and how she looked. So Deborah and her husband pull over to a gas station. They call 911. They're like, hey, we see this dead body on the side of the road. So the police arrive. Deborah leads them to where they saw the body, but there's no sign of the Caucasian naked lady laying on the road. The officer searches and searches, but he tells Deborah, look, I've looked and looked. I haven't found anything. You just need to go home. But during this time, Nick is in the car laying next to his mother's dead and broken body. So after talking to the officer who responded to Deborah Hoyt, another deputy on the case becomes convinced that the apparition and Christine's disappearance are related. So this other detective, he connects the two. He's like, yeah, this apparition, this is connected to Christine somehow, some way. And this is pretty cool. I want to read you this. I was thinking about skipping it, but no. Nick, he does that interview with Chris, and he relays what happens to him in the car while he is there with his dead mother. This is what Nick says in Chris's interview. He says, take the silhouette of a person, just the form, if you will, and make that form an essence of light, just light radiating from the form, but no physical features, no hands, no clothes, just light. Nick goes on to relay that he gets out of the car, he goes to the road, then after seeing no cars coming, he returns back to his dead mother. But he relays to him that whatever this light was, the angel, spirit, the ghost of his mother, that it was taking care of him. And he believes that that apparition that he saw was his mother on the road, and that she was desperately reaching beyond the grave to make herself appear so that he would be found. The interesting thing is Deborah Hoyt was not the only person who reported seeing Christine's apparition. The police received several calls from other travelers going down. Same thing. There's a naked dead woman. There's a naked dead woman on the road, and they're all giving the same description of her features, and they all match Christine. So because they got more calls, the deputy comes back out to the scene again. And when he did, he found Nick's shoe on the other side of the road. Minutes later, Karen and her husband show up, and they see the shoe as well. And this caused them to search that area. And when they did, they found both the car and Nick still alive. So this to me is a fascinating story and a fascinating encounter, right? You got all kinds of paranormal stuff happening here, right? Karen has ESP dreams about the accident. Christine and Karen have after death communication with each other. At least 3 witnesses report seeing an apparition of Christine that pointed to where the accident happened. If you want to call these lights angels in the car that took care of Nick or whatever, there was something supernatural, something paranormal in there with the boy. And the fact that the boy, Nick, was able to survive for 5 days without food or water in temperatures at that time in June of over 100 degrees. Now, that is a lot of cool stuff going on in this story and encounter. Now, let's take the passage we talked about earlier and test the spirits here. So a lot of people, well-meaning people, would say, oh, well, this is just demonic deception. Now, somehow these people are being led astray. This was all the activity of Satan. So let's ask this question. Knowing what we know about demons and the Lord of Darkness, why would demons try to save a little boy's life? Why would demons send messengers, these lights that he saw, to preserve the boy? In fact, the fruit of this entire experience that Nick had as a boy, it actually drove him closer to God because of this experience. And he actually embraced the Christian faith because of it. So the fruit of what comes out of this and the things that happen, this is not fit with how demon spirits operate and what they do. So this paradigm of the demonic deception hypothesis does not fit this encounter and this experience. Rather, what we see is God working all through this in using ghost and using extrasensory perception, using psychic phenomenon, using all these things that we talk about, that we research, and that we talk about till we're blue in the face on these shows. That God used these things to save a little boy's life and draw him to himself. And without the ghost of Christine communicating to these people, the little boy, Nick, would have died in that car. So this encounter is one that you could put in your back pocket and use to talk to somebody who holds to the demonic deception hypothesis. I also, again, recommend the book, The Supernatural Worldview by Chris Putnam, ChrisPutnam. It's on Amazon. I'm not sure what it costs now. When I bought it at the time, it was only like $10. I'm not sure. I haven't looked it up recently. I don't know what it's running these days. But that is the Haunted Highway story. So we'll pause here for any questions or comments about this encounter.
Okay. Not seeing any questions, but Myra said the spirit did not steal, kill, or destroy, so it was not a demon. KK said demonic. It was really a spirit flagging down the living to save her son. That's all. That is beautiful and good.
Yeah.
And let me interject real quick. Zeke Beth is up here too. She's been listening. Just wanted to let you know.
Oh, welcome, Blondie. I'm so glad you made it tonight. She's probably muted.
Sorry, Vickie.
No, it's okay. I didn't realize we was all on screen. I was looking at the chat line anyways. Beth, where you at?
Probably
Come to the light.
Well, I figure that way it shows appreciation to anyone that is asking questions to Zeke, and they see that we care enough. You're reading them to Zeke, and
Yep. So just submit your questions in the chat, and Vickie will read them to me.
And we got a couple more people that jumped in. Dark Shadows has jumped in.
You're welcome.
Let's see. I know I see another one. Hold on. Let me find it. My thing is, that story irritates my soul. Because this is why it irritates me.
Mm-hmm.
Her aunt/sister had the dream twice to 3 times before she gets the family involved for looking for her. She's missing 2 days per that story before they actually go looking for her. The very first night I had that dream, I would have been looking for her.
Yes.
I would have been searching.
Especially that she didn't show up.
Exactly, because she was supposed to have been there. The next day, I would have been calling and been like, are you okay? No, no answer back. I would have been calling everybody in the family. Have y'all heard from her? Have you heard from her? Especially her traveling with her 3-year-old son.
Yeah.
And God bless that baby. That was all kinds of paranormal. I had chill bumps through the whole doggone story. I've never heard it.
Fantastic story. Hunt down that episode of Paranormal Witness. I wrote it down again. Let me see what it was. I think it was season 1, episode 102.
Oh, I'm gonna have to.
Yeah. It was on Unsolved Mysteries in 1997. I'm not sure what episode it was. It would probably be hard to find. Probably be easier to find the Haunted Highway, because I know for sure. I looked it up. It's season 1, episode 102.
Gotcha.
If you want to find that one, this is one of my favorite paranormal stories to share with people, especially those who think that everything is a demon.
I know. Easy Pop. That's it. Sorry, I found her. I knew there was another one that jumped in here.
Okay, great. Welcome. Yeah, we see so much good fruit come out of this. Things that are definitely in line with love and grace and goodness, and some of the attributes of God that we can all agree on. There's looking at this, it's like how is this demonic? So this flies in the face of that demonic deception paradigm, which just does not work here at all. So yeah, part of doing the show is sharing some stuff with y'all that maybe you've never heard or looked at before. Also stuff you can go back and watch, like that episode of Paranormal Witness. And those who are interested in Chris's book can get that. I actually, this was a while back when I wrote this. I got Chris's book and had sent him a Facebook message and kind of chatted with him just a little bit over Facebook way back in the day. Real nice guy. So he's definitely worth supporting. You'll get a lot of good information out of that book.
So how long ago was this? See, I think I missed that, maybe.
This happened in 1994.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
So then the little boy, Nick, he's
He's
a
grown.
man.
Yeah. So Chris interviewed Karen and he interviewed Nick.
So his memories are as a grown man looking back, not as a child interviewed, but a grown man.
As a grown man. Yeah, this is a grown man.
Bless that baby's heart. Oh my God. For him to remember sitting and laying next to his mom and her dead and broken. Oh my God.
It's traumatic. Very, very traumatic. But yeah, this is definitely one of those cases that it's pretty hard to deny, even for the most skeptical of people. How do you explain all this going on?
So here's another comment. I was scrolling up, my family found it. There's another comment. Dark Shadow says, in my 30 plus years of research into the paranormal and supernatural, it's been my experience that evil entities like to pass themselves off as demons. It gives them power. What is your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I definitely think that that can be the case. The thing a lot of times, and why we're always so careful in what we're dealing with, is there is that possibility. We've talked about demons like to deceive, and so there's definitely times where we will encounter dark, malevolent spirits. You can have ghosts lie and say that they're a demon. Darker spirits lie, just like you said, to give that that air of authority and power with it. And it's kind of one of those things. The longer you do this, the more you research, the more you encounter, the better you get, the more discernment you get as you're doing these things.
True.
So, but yeah, I would agree.
And here's another comment from David. On one of my cemetery investigations, I mentioned God, and several of the spirits started calling out to God on the Necrophonic app. Now, demonic entities do not do that. What is your thoughts on that? Do you think demonic will actually call God's name out?
My encounter with evil entities like that and demons, that whenever you mention God or Jesus, there's usually a negative reaction and a negative response from them. Is it, that kind of seems to be the norm. I've never encountered. Now, could it be possible that they just did that because they were trying to hide their identity? It's possible, but I don't think it's likely. These spirits more than likely were probably good spirits and just supporting David and what he was doing.
I agree. I don't think demonic spirits can actually call on God or anything like that. Kind of defeats their purpose.
Yeah.
My opinion.
And we got someone just came in, Zeke and Vickie, Ben.
Hi, Ben.
Hey, Ben.
All right. So, and Dark Shadow said, I have lost some Christian friends due to me investigating the paranormal supernatural. Mm-hmm. They said, I can't believe in God and scripture and investigate the paranormal at the same time.
Yeah, well, we gonna give you some ammunition for that, and to show that's not true. Not true at all. We're going to, so look, we're not going to get to it on this show. Obviously, it's getting later. So we'll save that because I don't want to rush through it. We'll save that for the next episode. But like I said, that's just a false thing that people are taught in church a lot of times, and they don't question it. And I used to hold to that view when I was very young. I used to believe, I was interested in the paranormal and loved horror movies and all that stuff, but I ultimately believed, that everything behind it was demonic. It wasn't later till I actually got into pastoring and into ministry and earning and going to school and getting all these theology degrees that I started to go back and really study this subject again. And what I found is that this whole demonic deception hypothesis is just it's lazy. It's intellectually lazy. And it's not a good handling of passages of scripture. It's the perfect example of coming up with a paradigm and then trying to take the Bible and squeeze it and fit it into your own personal belief rather than drawing what the scripture says and then having that inform your belief system. So we're going to come look at some of the stuff next week with some fresh eyes and see that there's definitely a worldview of ghost in the Judeo-Christian tradition. Got any more questions?
No.
Okay, so the other two encounters I want to share with you, I'm not going to go through all the notes that I had. I'm just going to give you the gist of what happened because we're, it's getting later here. But the other two encounters I wanted to mention involve C.S. Lewis. I think all of us are familiar with C.S. Lewis. We know his books, Mere Christianity, The Problem of Pain, The Screw Tape Letters, Chronicles of Narnia. C.S. Lewis was a very, very brilliant and just phenomenal person and very gifted. He was a novelist. He was a poet. He was a theologian. He was a literary critic, a broadcaster, lecturer, all these things in academia. What's most interesting about C.S. Lewis is he was an atheist, the staunch atheist, who turned to the Christian faith, and he put all of his intellectual and spiritual mental powers all into writing things for the Christian faith. And then he's got his big Chronicles of Narnia that we all know and love. But outside of knowing these books that he wrote these books, like people rarely venture in to learn much about his personal life. And one thing a lot of people don't know is that C.S. Lewis was single for most of his life. He was only married for a short time to a lady named Joy. And soon after these two were married, Joy was diagnosed with terminal bone cancer, and she died a few years later in 1960. So C.S. Lewis was really, really shaken. As you can imagine, here the guy is single his whole life. He's waiting. He finally falls in love to this woman who is just his twin flame and his soulmate, only to have her taken from him a few years later. And the death of his wife really, really hit C.S. Lewis hard. And so to deal with the pain, he wrote. He was a writer, so he wrote. And he wrote this book called A Grief Observed. And he actually wrote it under a pen name called N.W. Clerk. And it wasn't until after he died that, they released that, this N.W. Clerk, this was C.S. Lewis writing under a pen name. And in this book, he talks about how he almost lost his faith over the death of his wife, that he almost went back to his atheism. And I want to read a passage about this encounter that C.S. Lewis has. He the ghost of his wife visits him in his grieving. Actually, no, it was on the latter part of his grieving process. In this book, he refers to her as H for Helen, which is what he referred to his wife in this book that he wrote under her pen name. He referred to her as Helen. So here's what C.S. Lewis says. I said several notebooks ago that even if I got what seemed like an assurance of H's presence, I wouldn't believe it. Easier said than done. Even now, though, I won't treat anything of that sort as evidence. It's not the quality of last night's experience, nor what it proves, but what it was that makes it worth putting down. It was quite incredibly unemotional. Just the impression of her mind momentarily facing my own. Mind, not soul as we tend to think of soul. Certainly the reverse of what is called soulful, not at all like a rapturous reunion of lovers, much more like getting a telephone call or a wire from her about some practical arrangement. Not that there was any message, just intelligence and attention. No sense of joy or sorrow, no love even in our ordinary sense, but no unlove. I had never in any mood imagined the dead as being so well. This is the part you need to pay attention to. I had never in any mood imagined the dead as being so well, so businesslike, yet there was an extreme and cheerful intimacy. An intimacy that had not passed through the senses or emotions at all. So I want to break down here what he's saying about this encounter. So what he's saying about this experience, and this is extremely important, her appearance to him did not happen in an emotionally high state. Rather, this experience he's referring to it, he's kind of detached from it and it was very clinical-like.
Okay. Hold on a minute, Zeke. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, buddy.
But we need to let everyone know that's watching. I think Mod must have messed up when they were doing the slow chat, but the comments aren't being allowed to show.
Oh, okay.
We're having a technical difficulty. I'm trying to resolve that. So if anyone is trying to comment, please know it was accidental. And I'm trying to figure out what went wrong.
Technical difficulties.
Yeah.
And Vickie did not do it.
Can't blame Vickie.
Not this time.
So it's all good. I'm sure it'll be fixable. So, but I'll go ahead and mute myself. You can continue on, but I want to let everyone know that it's still here. What's going on?
Okay, thank you, Dustin.
Mm-hmm.
So what he's saying here is that he wasn't in an emotionally high state. This experience for him, he was kind of detached, kind of clinical-like. And so this should give us great pause to write this off as an hallucination of an emotionally distraught man blinded by grief. C.S. Lewis further writes in this book on grief, and he's critically examining the hypothesis that she was a hallucination. And this is what he says in the book. If this was a throw up from my unconscious, then my unconscious must be far more interesting a region than the depths my psychologists have led me to expect. For one thing, it's apparently much less primitive than my consciousness. He goes on to describe her presence. He says that Helen, above all, she was solid, utterly reliable, firm. There is no nonsense about the dead. When I say intellect, I will include will. Attention is an act of the will. Intelligence in action is will par excellence. What seemed to meet me was full of resolution. So he sees her as real as you're seeing me, as real as you see a person on the street or in your work. Like, she was very corporal, very real to him. And what happened is this encounter, he goes on to write about, with his dead wife and seeing her again and knowing that she was there and that she was okay, it strengthened his faith and it helped him move on with God. This experience, this is not the last time C.S. Lewis is mixed in with the paranormal. There was another man by the name of J.B. Phillips. This guy, if you're, if you've never been to seminary in the scholarly circles, you've probably never heard of him. But in theology, this guy's pretty well known because he actually wrote his own translation of the New Testament. It's called the Phillips translation of the New Testaments. In its day, when it came out, it was widely used and replaced the King James Version. Because what had happened, Phillips, he's an English Bible scholar, he's a minister, he's an author, he's a translator, phenomenal in the Greek language. And during the Second World War, he was working as a minister for Church of the Good Shepherd in London. And while he was serving there, he noticed that the young kids, they didn't understand the King James Version of the Bible. So he was like, we've got to make something that's more understandable for these younger people and this younger generation coming up. And so he took on the daunting task of translating the entire New Testament from Greek on his own. Now, let's jump back to C.S. Lewis. All right, after his wife's death, after Joy's death, C.S. Lewis begins developing heart problems. At one point, he actually fell into a coma. He makes it out, but it catches up with him. And C.S. Lewis dies on his 65th birthday. And it's a famous date that a lot of us are aware of, November 22nd, 1963. That's the day J.F. Kennedy was assassinated. So C.S. Lewis's death gets overshadowed by that, but C.S. Lewis died on the same day as JFK. J.B. Phillips writes about his encounter with C.S. Lewis's ghost in a book of his. So J.B. Phillips, he's doing this translation. I don't know if any of you ever have any experience from translating one language to another, but I took Greek and Hebrew in seminary. That was actually one of my focal areas of study, and translating Greek and Hebrew is not an easy task, and it's time consuming, and it is tedious and difficult. And so J.B. Phillips was about to give up. He was depressed and he was about to throw in the towel when he has this paranormal experience. And this is how Phillips records it in one of his books. He says, a few days after Lewis's death, while I was watching television, he appeared sitting in a chair within a few feet of me. He was ruddier in complexion than ever, grinning all over his face, and as the old-fashioned saying has it, positively glowing with health. The interesting thing to me was that I had not been thinking about him at all. He was just there, large as life and twice as natural. And C.S. Lewis, he says this brief statement to J.B. Phillips, and then he disappears. He looks at J.B. Phillips, and he says, J.B., it's not as hard as you think. And then he disappears. What's interesting is during this encounter, when it happened at the time, J.B. Phillips didn't know C.S. Lewis has died because, as I said, it got overshadowed by the death of JFK. So this first encounter left Phillips really reeling and wondering what's happened because he wasn't thinking about C.S. Lewis. They were colleagues. He didn't know Lewis was dead, but all of a sudden he's seeing him sitting here in his living room tells him it's not as difficult as he thinks, and then he just disappears and vanishes in midair. And then 2 weeks later, and this is when he, I think he knows that Lewis is dead at this point. Trying to go back and think in what I read. Yeah, he knows at the second encounter, he knows that Lewis is dead. And he sees him again. C.S. Lewis appears kind of the same thing, same manner. He's very, very real looking. And he tells him the same thing, JB, it's not as hard as you think. So as a result of these two encounters with C.S. Lewis's ghost from beyond the grave, J.B. Phillips took heart, and he started to believe that, hey, this really isn't as hard as I think. And J.B. Phillips ended up finishing his translation of the New Testament, and it became so popular in a lot of circles that it actually replaced the King James Bible. So let's examine this through the demonic deception hypothesis lens. Now, if this is a demon spirit, let's go back to C.S. Lewis's encounter with his wife Joy. He's thinking about turning his back on God, giving up on the supernatural, giving up his faith. And then all of a sudden he has this encounter and sees his wife, and it encourages him to get back with God and continue in his faith. Now, considering that demons are anti-faith, anti-God, anti-anything good, anti-anybody wanting to seek after God, why, if this was a demon spirit, why would it encourage C.S. Lewis to get back with God and spur him on in his faith? Instead, the fruit of this encounter is the opposite, right? It leads him away from his atheism, which he was thinking about embracing again, and gives him assurance of his faith, of an afterlife, that he'll see his wife again. And so doesn't really sound like the work of a demon to me. J.B. Phillips, case with seeing C.S. Lewis. Why in the literal hell would a demon spirit encourage somebody to go finish a translation of the New Testament so that people could better understand God, better understand Jesus, better understand the gospel, and grow in their relationship with him? That's not what demons do. They actually want to do the opposite. They want us to doubt God. They want us to turn away. They want to destroy our hope. They want to destroy our faith. All of these things, because that's what they do, is want to cause utter harm and chaos. So when we look at these, I guess we say, three encounters that we've talked about tonight, and look at them through that lens of the demonic deception hypothesis, to put it in Zeke language, these things just totally piss all over the demonic deception hypothesis. And we'll stop there. There's a few more stories I could go into. I just wasn't sure how far we were going to get, but we'll stop tonight with those three. Next week we'll pick back up and looking at some stuff from the Old Testament and New Testament to actually give you some meatier things to go along with debunking this demonic deception hypothesis. But these, to me, I wanted to present them because they're very, very powerful, very, very credible, and all the people involved in this were Christians. And so for me, in giving you these stories, when you're confronted by a Christian, these stories will carry more weight. These examples will carry more weight with them, especially the C.S. Lewis with them, because every Christian loves C.S. Lewis. Every Christian knows him, but they don't know about this. Like I said, people don't know much about his life other than Oh, Problem of Pain, Screw Tape Letters, Chronicles of Narnia, yay C.S. Lewis. But looking into the man's personal life and giving them this encounter, this will support your argument, support our argument in the paranormal community, that every ghost is not a demon, and that some ghosts appear and they have a very specific purpose and things that they are wanting to accomplish. And dare I say it, even some of these ghosts, right? I'm of the belief that God is the one who sent these ghosts to these people to intervene, to make sure that they would continue to do his will and fulfill his purpose. Right? God wasn't done with Nick. He had all these paranormal things happen to save this little boy's life. God wasn't done with C.S. Lewis. Wasn't going to let him slip. God wanted J.B. Phillips to finish that translation. So what does he do? He sends the ghosts of dead people to encourage them. So I'm going to stop there, and we get the chat working again, Dustin?
We did. I'm not Dustin. I don't know where he's at.
There you go.
I'm right here. Yeah,
Okay.
KK got it. She see what YouTube started this new thing, and I was able to make Crazy Girl, Yo Baby, KK, Crazy Mom, and Vickie actual manager mods, and that gives them more control. They can do slow-mo, so if the comments are going too quick, it's easier to read. Okay. They get so much more control over it. So there's a lot to learn a little bit.
Gotcha. Well, we got it fixed. Thank you, ladies.
So that's why I did a comment for KK saying, well, everyone has to learn somehow. KK just does it with a bang.
Well, good. I'm glad that's working.
So we didn't have any questions, but there was a couple comments. KK says people fearing any paranormal contact is of the dark one, conditioned to think that.
Yeah.
What she's meaning is, the certain types of Christians or the certain types of faith who say, oh, this is evil, this is demonic, blah, blah, blah. They're conditioned to say, well, if you do paranormal, that's just all, dark and yada, yada. That's what she's saying.
Yeah. And that's what you find. It's because, oh, well, my Bible study, my Sunday school teacher said this, or my pastor said this. And, a lot of times people just accept it as true. And it's easy. You don't have to stretch yourself and grow and challenge your beliefs or challenge your intellect when you can just dismiss something with a wave of a hand and call it all Satan. This forces people. I'm throwing this in people's face, and I do this, and I use these things every time I get attacked, because I get it all the time, especially having been a pastor and being a chaplain. Like I get accused all the time of being in league with the devil. And so when I'm questioned about this, I throw out the haunted highway story. I throw out at them J.B. Phillips and C.S. Lewis. I throw out at them the scriptures that we're going to look at next week, and challenge them and say, okay, if this is true, then how does your belief, how does your paradigm explain these things? And what do you do with these certain passages of scripture? Mm-hmm. And so we're going to look at some stuff, and one of these passages that we'll look at, it has thrown people off in the Christian community because it's so blatant about the Bible's teaching on ghosts, that they will even take their demonic deception hypothesis and try to read it into this passage of scripture and just totally butcher it and make it say and mean something that it was never intended to. And so that's an example of, even when you're faced with the truth, you don't want to let go of your little precious belief when it's threatened.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, we'll get into looking at that next week. I'm interested. Has anyone else in the chat? Is anyone else familiar with what I talked about tonight with C.S. Lewis? Because I mean, I know he's not just popular among Christians, but I mean, everybody knows who he is. I'm just wondering if there's anybody else who has heard of this story.
I'm waiting for the chat. I haven't. That was the first time I'd heard of it. But I think you're absolutely right. It's like someone having this experience, how can you say it's evil? There's nothing evil to it. If you're showing hope and love and you're telling them, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I got choked. But if you have a spirit that comes to you and they're telling you, don't turn away from God, keep going towards God, and they're showing you hope and love and faith, and to keep your faith, how can you say that's evil? I mean, just common sense.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you know the Bible or not, how can you sit there and feel how you feel and think that would be evil at all? And then the man that's trying to bring an understanding, because we all know, even with our age, we know how hard it is to decipher the Bible in the language, because look how many times the language has changed over the centuries since the Bible was wrote. There's times when I read the Bible, I'm like, what the heck is that saying?
Yeah.
And then, of course, the generations younger than us, they speak their own language. So, for a man to sit and try and transfer, especially translate out of Greek and stuff, which we all know that if you go to transfer different languages, there's certain texts and words that are not in, say, American, that's in Greece or Greek or Latin or even Spanish. The words are different. So, I mean, there's different words. How can that be evil?
Yeah.
It's trying to tell you the word of God. There's no way. If it's trying to preach to you love, hope, faith, God, to believe, there's nothing evil about that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see. David said, I just ordered a copy of the Phillips translation. Never heard of that one before. Myers said, I didn't even hear of him before. David says, I've read some of C.S. Lewis's books. Ben said, I don't know the difference in religion. I was baptized as a Catholic, but never followed it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all that's been commented so far.
Okay. Yeah. Like I said, this is a story that flies under the radar for a lot of people, both Christians and people in the paranormal community. And so I wanted to bring this up so you'd be aware of it. Mm-hmm. And this C.S. Lewis story, this one is the one that packs the most punch for Christians. I've seen people backpedal mm-hmm. with this story because C.S. Lewis is so respected. And so this is one that you definitely need to keep in your back pocket and point them to. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to try, hopefully by this weekend, I'm going to put all of this, I'm going to write it up out of my notes, and I'm going to put this on my blog, on my Southern Discomfort blog, as a resource for everybody. That way, when you do encounter somebody and you need access to the information, you can get on my website, or you can send them the link to it if if that's just easier for you. But I want to make sure that I not only talk about these things on the show, but give you these resources that you can have for needing them at a later point.
And when you can I say something to you real quick, Zeke? If you want anything that like that, if you send it to me in a text, I can copy it and I'll add it to my automatic. Anytime that I do a video, that stuff would automatically be entered into the description.
Okay.
So that way, you can say if after the live stream, you can click on it and it'll take them straight to your articles, your page.
Okay.
And
That'll
one
work.
more thing, and I bring this up because a few people mentioned that they lost friends and were really ridiculed by their Christian friends. Would you mind just for a moment sharing kind of how people treated you when they
Dustin?
found out that you're, what you do, and then the horror and that?
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Dustin?
Yeah,
We can hear you.
Y'all hear me? Okay, everything cut out. I could hear. You said,
wow.
could I share what?
People that are, they're into the paranormal, and then you get fellow Christians or other religions that refuse to be friends with them, or they're saying that, you can't be a Christian or religious if you're going to do the paranormal. And I just remembered the new people don't know this, but your story when you first got into the ministry and being a horror writer and into all that kind of, you can kind of relate to their ousting a little bit.
Oh, absolutely, man. I've been blacklisted. I've lost friends. I've lost family members. My name has been, people say my name and spit. Because of, I was a pastor for 20 years, and I was in the Baptist church, and after one bad church experience after another in that denomination, I had it. I'd had enough, and I was done with it. And so trying to figure out what God wanted me to do next, he just gave me this desire to start writing horror and start really getting into paranormal investigation, because I've been researching the paranormal and psychic phenomenon since probably about 2009, 2010. And so I finally wanted to do something with everything that I had studied, the conclusions that I had come to, which broke away from the vast majority of people in my denomination. And so when I started doing this and when I started writing horror, like I just got persecuted relentlessly. Lost a lot from it. So I can empathize with those of you out there who have been shunned by friends and family, who they've called you evil, they've called you demonic. If you're a person of faith, they've told you can't hold to your faith and do this because this is satanic, this is evil, this is demonic. And so I have lost a lot for doing what I am doing. And I'm trying not to go on a Zeke rant. But the thing, and it's not just the Baptist church, it's other denominations. And the thing that I see all the time since I have stepped away from those denominations, and since I've been in chaplaincy, and since I've been writing horror and in the paranormal community, there have been so many people like me who have been shunned, who have been outcast, who have been beat down, who have been crapped upon, who have been made to feel like there's something fundamentally wrong with them for this belief. And these Christians, they do more damage to the faith, to the cause, to the things of God than anybody I have ever encountered. I can't tell you how many people I talk to on almost a daily basis doing my chaplain job and talking to other fans, other people in the paranormal community, other authors. Yeah, I used to be a Christian. I used to be involved in the church, but then they did this or then this and this. And there are tons of stories of so-called Christian people treating other people who are different than them. And I'm going to use a strong word here because it fits. They treat them like shit. And it angers me that these people, in their self-righteous piousness and clothing themselves in their own righteousness and holiness, and think that they're speaking for God when they don't understand shit about the scriptures, that they are doing more harm to the gospel. And here they are thinking that they're God's warrior and that they're standing up for him. And all that you people are doing, all you are doing is you are turning people away from the faith. Because I see it every day. The damage that you're doing, I'm out here in the field doing cleanup for everything that you are destroying. I'm the one going out here to these broken people and these broken lives that you have stomped on. And it angers me that I see this. And it doesn't just happen to me. It happens all the time. And I've about had enough of it. And that's why I do what I do. That's why I'm as vocal as I am about it. And guess what? I'm not in a church anymore, and you can't fire my ass because I don't work for you anymore.
Preach, brother. Break it on. Preach. We're going to have a damn revival here again.
Get a Zeke rant going on
Well,
here.
to me, and I knew that he would, and that's why I wanted him to share it, because Zeke is like the rest of us, and Zeke is on our side. And anyone, it don't matter if you're an atheist, it don't matter if you're Catholic or something. We love you no matter what. We're not going to judge you like
we don't care.
We get judged, and
we do care, but we're not going to judge.
And so I wanted people to see that he's a real person too, and he's went through a lot of this crap, if not more, because of his status.
Yep.
Well, I'll tell you what. There was one time, when Facebook first came out, and I was at, I don't know, some site, and this guy got to talking, and of course I'm Christian, okay? So this guy got to talking how he was atheist and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. When I kept reading everything he would write, it come to me like, this man is writing from hurt. Mm-hmm. He's writing from a tragic experience that happened to him as a child. So I reached out to him. I didn't know the man from Adam and Eve, but sure enough, I was right. So when I got talking with him, and and I told him, not all Christians are the same way. Mm-hmm. You've got good and bad in every religion, no matter what it is. And so basically what had happened was, when he was 8 years old, 8, mind you, his mother had mental problems, and she ended up committing suicide. Well, his family was Catholic, and so the Catholic priest walked up to him and basically told him, well, I wouldn't cry for your mom. She knew what she did, and she's going to hell. There's no way for her to go to heaven. And the little boy wasn't a little boy when I talked to him. He was a grown man. He was close to 30 when I talked to him. And it just tormented him. It tormented him from the time he was 8 years old, that this Catholic priest that they had went and seen, that this was his church, his priest, had come in there and told him straight to his face, you don't need to cry over your mama. She was a sinner. She's going to hell because she committed suicide, and there's nothing you can do about it. Mm-hmm. And he turned that little boy away from God. He turned him away from God. But I'm sorry, but who do you think that I feel is going to be punished more? I think that priest will be punished way more than that mother, because here's the thing that people don't realize. just because you commit suicide, I have not found it word for word, verbatim in the Bible yet that it says if you commit suicide, you're going to hell. I have not found it word for word, verbatim, nor do I believe that any of us living knows what happens in those few seconds when a person starts to die and cross over, that they don't have that, dear God, dear Jesus, please forgive me. Nobody knows what went through that woman's head or anybody else's.
Yeah.
But what that priest done, because he was Christian now, was he deterred that little boy, and a man of faith who deters any person, much less a child, from God. Woe is him, I'm telling you.
Yeah, Jesus has some strong words in the gospel. He says, woe to you who cause any of these little ones who believe in me to stumble. It's better for a millstone to be tied around your neck and you be tossed to the bottom of the sea. There's a verse in James chapter 2 where James is talking about the power of the tongue, and he talks about those who teach are going to be held to a higher standard. It's because of the influence and authority that comes with our roles as pastors. So we have to be very careful and use that in a good way. And unfortunately, because we are all humans, a lot of times that authority gets abused, and it can do a lot of damage. Something like that to a little child coming from a priest, like, that's to them, that's the very words of God himself. And so my message to those, I know there's people out there, and maybe there's some watching who have church hurt. I've got a lot of it. One day, I'll be able to share absolutely everything that I have gone through with churches. With that said, I don't hate churches. Now I'm not Southern Baptist anymore. I've been blacklisted, and I've dusted my feet off and washed my hands from it and don't go back. But I'm still involved. I do attend church. But for those of you who've had church hurt, I want you to know that God didn't do that. That was from a human being.
Yes.
That was from a man. God did not do that to you. Jesus did not do that to you. His arms are open. He is full of love and grace and forgiveness, and he turns nobody away who comes to him. And so the hurt that you experience, and it's so difficult because even me, and as strong as my faith was, it was very hard for me to differentiate, because a lot of times when we have religious and church hurt, it's hard for us to separate the two. We take what a Christian does to us, or a church member or a priest or a pastor, we take that a lot of times as God doing that to us. And that, well, if the Christian says that, or the priest or the pastor says that, well, then that must be how God really feels. And that's not necessarily true. So God did not hurt you. He's not the one who did that. That was somebody speaking wrongly
With a human tongue. I said with a human tongue.
Yeah.
The sword. The human tongue is a sword. It's a weapon.
Yep.
And I'll share on this to help everyone know just how much of an inspiration Zeke is. Even with me, I didn't really come out fully about everything I've been into and I've studied and researched, but he made me feel so comfortable. And then him and I have so much in common when it comes to the dark side of things and the practices and studies. It's like, wow, look at that. Someone that is of that faith too. And, it's okay for me to have my belief of the one creator and then Mother Earth, but I'm also, very intrigued, and I still to this day I'll always study the dark, I'd just say the dark side of the things, and it doesn't make me a satanic worshiper or an atheist. It just, you got to learn all that. So knowledge is power.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's the thing I want people to know. Like with me, it doesn't matter. I don't care what you believe. I'm not going to treat you any different. That's just not how I operate. So for those watching, you don't ever have to feel judged or intimidated around me or on the show. Like, even if we have different beliefs, like, I'm not gonna judge you for those beliefs. I'm not gonna look down at you, or even some of us will disagree about stuff in the paranormal. That's just part of it. That doesn't mean we can't be friends. That doesn't mean we can't work together. So just want people to know that whatever you've encountered in churches and church hurt, you're not going to get that from me. I've been on that side of it. I know what it feels like. I've been where you've been. And so with me, you'll find nothing but grace and love and understanding. I save my harsh words for the people who have hurt you, as you heard earlier.
Yeah.
So we have a few. Oh, go ahead, Zeke. I'm sorry.
No, I'm done.
Oh, I was just gonna say, and look what he's doing now for his career and his job, and he got a new job. He's helping so many young adults now. So just inspirational. But anyway, go ahead, Vickie.
All right. So we had several statements and comments and stuff, and I wanted to read these to you so you could see them, because I know they're felt. And before I read this, because it's talking about a priest, my story a while ago, I don't want anybody to take what I said that I don't like Catholic or priests, because one of my dearest friends is actually a priest, and you have good and bad and all. So please,
absolutely.
The anger I had in the story was towards the man that actually detoured an 8-year-old child. So, All right. So Big Ben writes, a lot of priests are into the paranormal. Aren't they called upon any exorcism?
Yes, the Catholic Church is way more open to the paranormal than Protestants. Absolutely.
But they do have different rules about it.
They do.
And not any priest, not just any priest, can go and perform an exorcism. You have to be special trained, ordained. I'm not sure what it's called, but you have to go through a procedure through the church to perform exorcism. Do you know what that's called, Zeke?
I don't. That's like the rites of exorcism that you have to go and study and be commissioned in.
And that comes straight from the Vatican too. They send a letter, or they contact the Vatican and to get that involved.
Get permission to do it. Yeah, they have to have permission to do the exorcism.
Yeah. And that was Ben. I'm not sure if I said it. And David says, his Padre Pio, one of our saints, once said that more spirits attended his service than lie people did. Ventures with Best says, clergy is very much into the paranormal with exorcism, house cleaning, and such.
Yep. And like I said, you see that more in the Catholic Church. You don't see a lot of that in Protestant denominations. Now, you do see it in charismatic Protestant denominations. And when I use the word charismatic, what I mean by that is they are the Protestant branch that they believe that the gifts of the Spirit in 1 Corinthians 12 are still operating today, like healings, miracles, tongues, interpretation of tongues, gifts of discernment. They believe that all these are still operational. So the charismatic churches are very much open and involved in the paranormal and doing exorcisms and doing house cleansing. Now, a lot of what I talked about tonight, the demonic deception hypothesis, a lot of charismatics hold to that, and they do believe everything is a demon. So that's the issue you'll run into with the charismatic arm of Protestantism.
Well, Big Ben also stated, he said, my brother was Christian and he got shunned, hard kicked out of the church just cause he wasn't perfect. remind you, in my opinion, nowadays, it's crimes and bullies that hide under Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yep. There's a lot of good, but there's also a lot of bad. And, I feel like it's my job for everything that I have been through, everything that I've seen firsthand, thing that's happened to me. Like I definitely feel that I would be doing a disservice if I did not bring all of this out in the light and call it out, because it needs to be exposed. It needs to be dealt with. People need to know the damage they're doing, whether they mean to or not. The damage is still being done, and it has to stop.
Absolutely.
And that's what I like about not working in a church anymore, about being on this YouTube channel, about having my websites and being on podcasts. I can say whatever I want, and they can't do anything to shut me down. Can't fire me. Whereas before, it would just be getting run out of a church, stuff like that. But now they can't touch me.
Exactly.
And David
I'm
said,
more dangerous now, people. Ha ha.
That's right. Come on with it, brother.
Even if they did, Zeke, I still have another backup channel anyway, so they can't never win.
So David says, my friend Ancient knows a few Catholic exorcists. I know one, good friend, and demonologists. The Warrens themselves were Catholic, and most of the members of their congregation are Catholic as well. And go ahead.
I was just saying that's pretty cool that he knows some actual priests, that y'all know priests who do exorcisms.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
Yeah. My friend that was a priest, I met him a few years ago, and when I met him, now it may have changed since then, but he was one of only 13 priests in the United States that is actually sanctioned through the Vatican for doing exorcism.
Oh yeah, they don't give this thing away. It's very difficult to earn. So that's one of the things I do respect about the Catholic Church is they will investigate it to death, and there has to be undeniable proof that this is possession before they commission somebody, because they're not going to send it out just on a whim. Like they research it and gather the proof and the evidence.
And that's why last week I said that despite what people want to believe, the mental aspect, like when I help other people at their homes, first thing I ask if anyone has a mental illness, not to be rude or anything, but you get bipolar, paranoid, schizophrenics, and things like that. So if they were to come in and do anything, they're going to be liable.
Yeah.
Anything that happens or made worse, and
well, that's why when I haven't done residentials in a while, and there's a reason for it, but when I did residentials, not only do I work with the Catholic priest that could perform exorcisms if I so needed it, but I also always pulled in a psychologist with me.
Okay.
And that's what people need to understand. If you do not have a psychology degree, or if you don't understand certain things, people will tell you, "Oh no, I'm fine. I'm fine." And something's going on, but you don't know what it is. You need to have somebody to fall back on that is in psychology, so they can see the warning signs, the triggers. I mean, you need to know what you're walking into. Don't walk in blindly.
Yeah,
that's very good advice.
Do what?
Go ahead.
That's very good advice.
Thank you. Big Ben says Cardinal Hale was one of those criminals hiding in the house of God. I'm not sure who he is. Do you, Zeke?
Cardinal Hale?
Hale?
No.
I don't either.
P-E-L-L?
That's a name I have not heard.
I haven't either.
I'm not familiar with. Well, thank you. That gives me something to look up.
I mean, it definitely may orchestrate with what you've been talking about for sure.
I will look up that guy and see what I can find. How did you spell it again? Cardinal what? Pell?
Pell.
Okay.
Oh, and Ben said it's Cardinal George Pell and
Okay.
George Goerge.
Okay.
Pell.
Thank you, Big Ben.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Yeah, I love when people bring up stuff I hadn't heard. I'm like, ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Big Ben is in Australia. He's the future man.
Excellent.
I'm in Australia, Beth.
Oh, Adrian. Wow, that's a surprise. Hello, Adrian.
Hi, Adrian.
Oh, wow. I'm shocked.
Hey, Adrian.
Beth said somewhere across the pond. All right. And KK, she keeps boosting your stuff up. So
Oh,
thank you, KK.
Yep. Next week on the show, when we continue this, I do have a little novelette releasing on March 7th. It's called The Door. It is a paranormal horror story. It is pure paranormal stuff. So it's one that I would highly recommend to everybody who watches the show. It definitely deals. It's a story centered around the ghost of a mother and her child, and it is it's one of those stories that is intriguing, scary, and will give you all the feels and punch you in the gut as well.
Why you got to make them to make me cry?
Because that's what makes good writing.
I
You
know.
got to make people run the gamut of emotions at times.
Right.
Yeah. You can do that in horror.
Zeke, if you want, I can go to Twitter real quick and save that picture, email it to myself, and show it up here if you want to give everybody a peek of what it's going
to. Yeah. Let them look at the cover.
Here we go. KK's got it posted up for you.
The cover. This is going to be a monthly series that I'm doing for Godless. It's called Southern Discomfort. And so I'll be doing a monthly series for them. So that means every month on the 7th, I will be releasing either a short story or a novelette on Godless for very, very cheap, 50 cents for people to read. So issue number 1, The Door, will be out March 7th.
And
awesome.
Give me about a minute and 50 seconds and I will have that up on screen.
Oh yeah, y'all are gonna love this cover. It's so cool looking.
It is.
I can't wait to read it.
It's got the old school EC Comics horror feel to it.
Awesome.
I'm very pleased with this cover. I was excited when Drew at Godless, the owner, did the cover for me and he sent it back to me. I was like, oh, I love this, man.
Back over here. Refresh my email. I talked to myself out loud. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Download. Okay.
I can't wait to see what scriptures you come out with to go against. Like I can't wait to see which ones you actually mention.
Yeah. There's some good stuff.
Yeah.
And get up here to overlay.
It's just like while Dustin's looking for that, we're just going to chit chat. It's like I was saying earlier, not once have I ever found in the Bible. Now it says thou shalt not kill, but not one time have I ever. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's the cover.
That is creepy awesome. I'm not even gonna lie. Creepy awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love it.
Yeah.
But like, have you ever found in the Bible where it says if you commit suicide, you're going to hell?
No. I don't personally believe that. Like I said, it's an argument from silence. Because there's not anything that specifically mentions that, but it also gets into the idea of, from a Christian perspective, right? So how effective is the atonement of Christ, right? Was there a
Mhm.
sin of ours that he didn't die for? So let's say a Christian does kill themselves for a mental illness, and let's say it is a sin. Is
Mhm.
that not covered under the blood of Jesus? Do you not have forgiveness of that one? I mean,
Exactly.
the gospel teaches that Christ once and for all sacrifice and death and resurrection is for all of our sins, past, present, and future. They're all covered and forgiven, including if somebody takes their own life, for whatever reason.
Exactly.
So it's kind of like just that belief to me, it undermines what Jesus did on the cross. It's saying that there is a sin more powerful than God's grace, and that what Jesus did is not efficient enough to cover every sin. So
Mhm.
for me, as a theologian, I definitely balk at that one because to me, it's just an affront to what Jesus did.
Mhm.
That makes sense.
I
Well,
have to
it's
agree.
like my husband, one of his friends, because my husband's an ordained minister, but he went through what you went through. He went through button heads with all these deacons and people of the church because he would come straight out and he would read the scripture and they would be like, "Oh, it means this," and he's like, "No, I don't. Quit reading into it. It says what it is." Blah blah blah. So he went through the same thing, and one of his friends called him, which he gets calls all the time, and um, one of his friends called him, and his son is mentally disabled. Okay, he will never have the mind older than a 2-year-old. And this pastor told my husband's friend, he's like, if you don't get him baptized, he's going to go to hell. He won't never go to heaven.
Yeah.
And my husband told him, he said, do you honestly believe that? He's like, you don't need to listen to that man because that man's not telling you the truth. Jesus died for all of our sins, number one. Number two, yes, baptism is great, but there is an age of accountability, and your son will never reach that age of accountability because his mind is not there. He will not ever reach it. He's like, no, do not listen to that pastor. And I agree with him. Like, if you have someone who will never grow up in mind, God says his children are his.
Yeah, that's all I was
Period.
gonna say. All children belong to the kingdom of God.
Right. Because you don't grow. He doesn't grow to understand. He doesn't grow to know. He doesn't grow to understand and know the difference between right and wrong. He'll never reach that.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
that was so upsetting to me when my husband told me that. I was like, I really wanted to throat punch this man, and I've never even seen the man, but I wanted to throat punch him.
I
But
agree.
and with the mental aspect, even adults, if you have mental issues, I'm trying to say it without being, because I don't like some of the terms people use. But if you have mental issues and you pass away because you're not at the right moment in your mind, I don't think God's going to send you to hell for that. I don't believe it. Not my God. My God teaches of love. Yes, he is a vengeful God, but he's vengeful to the people who deserve it.
Yeah.
He's not going to sit there and treat you like that and not show you love and compassion because he says he's our father and we're made after his image, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? As that, if your child was having a mental issue and goes off the deep end and does something like suicide, yada, 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 okay? Do I think that I'm going to hold that against my child, or do you think I would bring my child to me?
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean, people need to think of it like that. God says we are his children. We're made after his own image.
and I'd
I'm
like
just,
to add to that because back in 1994, my good friend, and most of you already know about this, Zeke and Vickie. His name was Joe. He 86'd himself. So if that's true that everyone that 86s themselves go to hell, how is it that he's still able to be around me and show me signs and help me when I am in the field doing paranormal? Because if that was the case, I highly doubt the most powerful, evil, wicked entity would allow him to go back and forth and do that. You mean, you know?
Yep. But to what Vickie was saying, there are some churches that believe that baptism has saving benefits. And so it's kind of what that does. Number one, I don't agree. I think some of the scripture they use to support that is a huge stretch. One of the main scriptures they use is out of Peter, where it says, now that we have this that saves you, baptism. And when you look at that passage, it's not really speaking of the actual act of baptism that brings salvation to a person. When we start adding things that have to be done for salvation, we start bringing it outside of the atonement, and it starts to become a work-based theology. That there's something I need to do extra to add to what Jesus did because his cross wasn't good enough. And whether that be baptism or this, or, if anybody brings to you a list of these are the things you need to do in order to be saved, then don't listen to them. The other thing too is it's adding a works-based theology in there, and it's taking away.
Yes.
It's kind of like, in a way, it makes Jesus's death a little bit frivolous, because if there were other things to be added to it, then what was the point? It wasn't a complete work, and it totally spits in the face of Jesus's last words on the cross when he says, "It is finished."
Exactly.
Nothing needed to be added to what he did. Baptism is meant to show. It's like a sign of a covenant. It shows that you're in relationship with God. It's like an outward sign and testimony, and it represents what happened to you, right? When you get sprinkled or when you go under the water, that shows that you've died. Your old man has died. Your sins have been forgiven. And when you're raised up out of the water, it represents that now you are walking in a new life with your sins forgiven in a relationship with God. And so baptism was always meant to be just a sign that you were in a covenant relationship with God now. It was never meant to be interpreted as having any type of salvific benefit to it. So if anybody ever tells you that you're going to hell because you hadn't been baptized, or your baby's going to hell because it hadn't been baptized, just thank them for their concern and just go on your way.
Yes.
I'm sure they mean well. It's probably going to piss you off to no end when they say that, but just don't let it get you down. Don't let it bring you down. You just kind of dismiss it. Be nice. Thank you for your concern, and then just go on about your day.
Well, there's a comment on here for PW Paranormal Witch, and she's cracking me up, but I want you to hear this, and I want you to answer her.
All right.
So she says, God love her. She said, the Bible confused me. I read the Bible once when I was 7, and I never read it again. My path has always been wicked, and people tell me that I will go to hell, and I'm always telling them I'm already in hell.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
So do you want to address that part about how people tell her she's going to hell?
Yeah. Ultimately, that is not their decision. That is between you and God. And I laughed at the part about being in hell now, because God, the way this world is going and the things that are happening, it definitely feels
like hell in a handbasket.
Like it's literal hell on earth. But what I would tell Paranormal Witch is, my word to you is just seek after God. He will show you the right way. So, whatever that is, wherever you're at right now in your spiritual journey, God is a God of truth. All you have to do is ask him to lead you in the right way, show you the truth, and he will do that. And so don't let the fact that somebody told you you're going to hell, don't let that get you down. My encouragement to you would be, God is working all around us, and he doesn't turn away anybody who is seeking after him. And so, if there, things you're struggling with about what to believe, what not to believe, is this right? Is this wrong? In the Bible, God's very clear about asking him, and he will show you. So just let your faith rest in that God, ask him, and he will lead you in the right way.
And like Beth said, that applies to anything you read, no matter what your religion is.
Mm-hmm. David says, as Paul said, baptism replaced circumcision.
Yeah. Yes, it is. That's why I would agree. I think it's an outward sign of the new covenant.
Let's see. KK says, I think baptism maybe gives you first dibs in the line to meet your maker on the day you pass. He, like any positive deity. Yeah, I did say it right. Okay. Yay!
Deity.
Loves all.
Yep.
Let's see. All right. Beth says, Zeke is speaking of adult baptism. If infant baptism is just saying you will bring that child up in the church.
Right. Yep.
Let's see.
It's like me. I don't believe in any of those different denominations. I just believe in one creator and Mother Earth. The creator created Mother Earth, and that's just
Mm-hmm.
me. And that's why God gave everybody free will of whatever their faith system is.
Yeah, and
Right.
the thing about, sorry, Vickie, the thing about being on this journey is that you may decide at one point that the faith tradition that you're in is not right, and there's freedom for you to discard those beliefs and then embrace what you feel is true.
So there was a comment. I'm not sure how the comment is. Tree Lynn says, seek Jesus. He was pagan. Laugh out loud.
That goes back to everyone, their belief, what they believe in. To me, as long as you're doing good.
Go ahead, Dustin. Sorry.
Oh no, you're okay. I was just saying, to me, as long as someone is living a good, positive life and trying to make a positive difference in any way, to me, people shouldn't worry about what religion someone else is or what their faith is. As long as they're a good person, that's all that matters,
Yeah. Paranormal Witch said, I'm happy, so no complaints. I like my spiritual journey. You go, baby. And I think Treeland said, no, your subconscious will be leading you. Oh, okay. So I think she's just arguing. This is frustrating. Love y'all. I think she just disagrees, and that's okay. Everybody's entitled to disagree.
Yeah.
everybody's entitled to their own beliefs and the way they think. And that's not what we're doing here.
Yeah. We're just saying it's okay. Whatever you believe, we accept you for who you are. You know, it's just
and right. No matter what we believe.
Yeah, and Zeke will vouch for that. You know, like what he was saying earlier. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I talk about my perspective, it's coming from a Christian perspective because that's what I believe. Right. And I also present it because, as we have all experienced and talk about tonight, the majority of the kickback that we get comes from Christian people. Right. And so that's why I presented these stories. That's why I'm going to present stuff out of the Bible so that you can have it. No matter what your spiritual belief is, this will be something that you can use when you come under attack for your interest in the paranormal. So we're not trying to sit here and argue about one religious or one spiritual belief system being superior to another.
Right.
You know, it's like I said at the beginning, our common unity is that we all believe in the paranormal. We come at it and we look at it through different faith lenses and different spiritual lenses. Yeah. And we may interpret it differently, but we all agree in the same phenomenon. We all believe in ghosts. We all believe in psychic abilities and phenomenon. It's just how we approach them from our faith tradition or our spiritual beliefs that we hold to. And so, you know, nothing on the show that you'll ever hear from my mouth is going to be bashing somebody else's beliefs.
Exactly.
At all. That's not who I am. That's not how I roll. You know, everybody who knows me and Dustin, and you know, they can all vouch for that. I simply come from a Christian perspective because that is my belief, and that's the majority that you're going to get crap from.
And perfect example of that is Vickie and myself. Well, we'll go ahead and we're going to put that out there right now. Okay.
Absolutely.
Vickie does not agree with mine a whole lot. And look at us. We are the best of friends, like brother and sister. And, you know, we complement each other in that field. So like if we're together investigating and say there's a situation going on, she's not comfortable with it. Guess what? I'm right there. Bada boom, bada bing. Step back, sis. Stay safe. I got this. You know,
so vice versa.
You know, everyone's difference in their perspective of faith. It's still, you know, it locks together and binds us as a family and friends, and you know, no matter what. And as long as you don't allow anyone to come between that, it's not going to pull apart. It's going to stay locked.
Or the negative within yourself.
Exactly.
Because see, all three of us or four of us on panel, but Bethany, she's just quiet tonight. But like Zeke's Christian, I'm Christian, Dustin's a Christian in his own way. We all three have Christianity as a firm belief, but we all three believe differently. Like we don't believe the exact same on every single thing. And that don't make any of us right or wrong. It's what we have to find our own spiritual journey that we have to go with. Like I don't do Ouija boards. I don't. And I'm not saying you can't do Ouija boards or anybody else. Dustin, he does Ouija boards. I'm not sure he does them all the time or whatever, but I mean, it is what it is. Dustin also does scrying. I'm not a big person on scrying, but that doesn't mean that I show hate or negativity towards Dustin whatsoever.
You know how many messages her and Nikki both will send me so many messages. Please reconsider doing that, or if you do it, please let everybody know not to do it, because I push the limits to the extreme and wait until the summer that only a few people know about what's going on this summer. I'm really going to be pushing the limits, but
Right.
I don't do nothing that I know I can't handle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm mother hen, and I'm like, Dustin, do you really think this is the best idea? Or Dustin, if you do this, you need to post something like, please don't try this at home. Age of 18 and over, and like, I'm just the mother hen. So,
Yeah.
but I don't ever speak towards negatively. Like, I don't never try to bash him or try to bring him down or taunt him or belittle him for things he wants to do or try or what he's more comfortable with. I don't come out and do that.
Yeah.
And wait until Zeke and I get together. You're really going to have your hands full.
Oh
I
yeah.
know.
We gonna
Beth, you're
make her
coming, right?
Make her just mess, Dustin.
I need help. Beth, you're
And-
coming, right?
Yeah, Vickie,
Coming.
I want to tell Zeke, and I guess it'd be a good time for everybody else. Zeke's going to like this if somehow he can make it. But you think it would be okay to let him know about April 4th?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, everybody. Make it official now. And Zeke, I want to let you and Beth know that you are invited if you can make it April 4th.
Yeah.
All right, because I'm paying the full donation fee, whatever it is, just to have a whole all night long without a public group to interfere. And so if you did, it would be Vickie, you, Beth, and myself, or the other jellies if they can make it, but I don't think they would be able to. But it's going to be the Octagon Hall, April 4th. We have it reserved.
Oh man.
What is it? 7 p.m. Oh no, 4. What time?
3 p.m. 3 p.m. to 7 a.m. Paranormal lockdown. Me and
Yes.
Dustin.
Ooh.
And
Y'all are talking to make it.
We
Oh,
will do.
Boo Bear, we gotta go.
Yeah.
We will be doing a live stream on each other's. We'll be doing like a few regular videos to upload for content. But yeah, if you all want to see Zeke and Beth, man, start putting it in the comments. Let them know, hey, you got to get Zeke and Dustin back together again.
Yes.
Exactly. Although there are some rules at Octagon that you can't do. That's per the place and every place, and that's what other people need to realize.
It's the same at Fort Duffield. We don't. It's the same exact thing. No Ouija boards, no scrying mirrors,
No seances.
Yeah, nothing like that. It's just a regular, normal investigation. Yeah.
Very cool.
No, it's a really good conversation, and yeah, for anybody, in the comments and whatnot, Zeke and I, we don't necessarily agree on the same things, and we still love each other and support each other, and we're a bit different on that.
Beth is with Zeke how Vickie is with me when it comes to in a way.
Yeah, in a way, yeah. But so and we still love each other, and it works.
And here's news for you all. Plug for Beth and Zeke. If you go through the playlist, you'll get to see how we all met for the first time. Beth's paranormal virginity was broken at Fort Duffield.
Yeah.
Thanks to Zeke bringing her. And it was quite the experience, and it was awesome. So you have to check those videos out to see her very first actual paranormal investigation with Zeke. It was awesome to share that moment.
This will be the
Yeah. I'm really sorry that she got frustrated with us and left the chat. Like, that wasn't my intent to frustrate.
No, you're okay. Don't worry about it. I mean, that's not our problem. It's not.
No, she came in late. She missed the whole front end. I think she only come in during bits and pieces, and the thing with that is you got to know all of it. You can't just take a bit and piece.
Yeah,
exactly. So no, we don't worry about that. We don't think any different of her, and I won't talk bad about. I'll still support her channel. I don't care. Hey, Juju.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many people in chat that's talking about the conversation's been very adult. Hey, Juju. Like even PW says, I'm not everyone's cup of tea. I respect everyone's belief. KK saying exactly. Beth talking, yeah, it's called respect. Like everybody's agreeing.
Well, here's an example. I know PW won't mind me saying it because she made it public in the comments earlier. When Zeke started talking, she's like, okay, I'm just going to listen now because I don't agree. And I told her, and that's fine. You know, she didn't get offended. It's just like, okay, well, and it's everyone's learning everybody else, you know?
That's basically what I was doing. I was doing what she was doing, just listening. Yeah.
Exactly.
So,
And Adventures with Beth said, I love this, an adult conversation, and nothing is pushed on anyone. It's a learning experience.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like going to a buffet. You're going to Golden Corral, and you've got all these different options. Not all of them are going to be yours. You go to the one that appeases you, and boom, there you go.
And PW says religion is a sticky subject, which it is, but we are here to learn. Ghost nerds. That's right.
And that's the thing though, with talking about the paranormal, these topics are going to come up. Religion and spirituality is going to come up.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And so we have to provide an environment of grace because you know the beliefs range from all over the place. So we have to provide an environment of grace where everybody can feel comfortable and
like a safe place.
Yeah, and you know that's my heart and that's my goal. And so when I present things, yes, I know everybody's not going to agree with it because of my faith. I'm coming from a Christian perspective, and not everybody's going to excuse me, agree. And guess what? That's okay. I'm not here to shove anything down anybody's throat. And I think that may be the fear a lot of times with people in Christianity, because they've encountered so many hyper religious people who Bible bash and shove things down people's throat. Like I know coming into stuff like this, I have all those odds stacked against me because of people's past experiences. So my job is just to continue to be myself and to show that I'm not that way and not like.
Adrian gave a really good compliment there.
What'd she say?
This is a very comfortable talk to me.
Oh, that's a great compliment.
Yeah. And to be honest, thank you, Adrian, for showing up. I mean, yeah, it's an honor.
And thank you, Zeke, for coming on and touching base with things that we all face in the paranormal on, you know, if not a daily, but a weekly base to base. I mean, this is all the struggles that we fight with people over.
Yeah.
Fight's not a good term, but
and like I've said before, my goal in doing a lot of these things is to present things to you that you may not have heard, that you may not have seen, to give you some more perspective, to give you some more resources, to give you some more tools in your belt. And it's the same thing with what we did tonight and what we're going to do next week. Doesn't matter if you believe the Bible or not.
Right.
What does matter is the opposition that you're going to face on this subject is going to come mostly from Christians. So learning how to refute them from their own book is going to serve you well.
Yeah. And for one last, before Zeke and Beth go, Zeke already knows a tattoo that I'm going to be getting as part of my incorporated into my V for Vendetta tattoo. And I'm only saying this so you can see just how different we all are and how much we still love and are close together. I'll go ahead and let you all know. I'm getting the 9th gate tattooed on the seal tattooed on my arm. But it's for personal reasons of back in my younger years, and they all still love me. They don't.
I do love you, but
And like Zeke said, oh boy, you're gonna be summoning demons everywhere you go.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be a walking portal.
I mean,
I'm gonna tie a damn cross around the top of it. He's gonna be walking with the cross flopping against it.
It doesn't make me a satanic worshiper. It doesn't make me an evil person. You know, from my studies, I learned so much. It has a very personal meaning, especially to that one.
Yeah.
Right.
And I want to, you know, it's part of who I am and what I've learned, you know, fighting good and bad, you know, that just balancing it.
Yeah, and it's very similar to why I have a whiskey bottle on my thing for Southern Discomfort, because I was a former alcoholic and I'm a recovered addict, and so it's kind of, you know, kind of like Batman. You take what almost killed you and you make it your own,
Right.
and you know it's kind of that thing where it's a it's a symbol of where I've been.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but it also,
I mean, I totally feel where Dustin is coming from.
Yeah, and it's like a constant reminder and something that you'll never forget, because
Y'all froze up.
we're here.
We're
Hello.
here.
Hello?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
We fought a very deep darkness and we conquered it, you know. So, and Vickie and Zeke will tell you, I'm the most positive person. You can hug me or touch anything that I've touched and can feel that positive vibe. You know, I love light, but.
But, and here's the thing, like, a lot of people don't understand. They see a symbol and they're like, oh my God, like, even me, I don't like certain symbols. But I still don't jump off the deep end, because the thing of it is, you've got to have some form of intent with a symbol.
Yeah. And it's not like I'm going to be sitting here doing what I did in my younger years. It's just,
exactly.
It's a reminder of what made me me. And here's another example of a stone to try, and Zeke can vouch too. That's why I'm glad you're up here before you go. And I'm sharing this information so people know the differences. All right. I've got a stone that Vickie could not even handle. It was too strong. She would get the shakes and flush, whatever, dizzy. And
dizzy, sick, hot flashed.
And to me, it's been in my pocket with a puppy dog laying on my lap this whole time. It's cold to the touch to me, like a balance, you know, and different people, and you know, and we love each other.
Yep. Well, taking any more last minute questions before I hop off.
And to let you know, Vickie, I ordered I think it's an 11-inch tower of the same exact stone.
Oh wow!
With me. Yeah, I got some towers, this and another one.
Awesome, brother, awesome. I'm not seeing anything just yet, Zeke. I'm looking.
Thank you, Zeke, for everything that you do. Thank you for agreeing and coming up on Tuesdays to do your thing and bringing up the Southern Discomfort idea. You know, I'm honored and happy to call you a brother and for you to be part of the PPR channel for your work.
Well, thank you, buddy. I greatly appreciate you letting me do this. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. You're
welcome. And I've got something to show you, because you are part of the PPR family. KK did something for me, but this will go for you too, because I'm sure you feel the same way I do about these amazing ladies. And right there, can you unhighlight that so it can all be
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
There we go.
It's,
Right
give me a second. There it is.
The dream team.
That's so cool.
And it's got the coffin, the casket.
Yeah.
And it's in outer space too, because of the it goes with what you were talking about. And dago, the quantum physics of thought and space, and just so much. So this picture says it all.
Oh, I love it, man. Good job, KK.
If it wasn't,
Look, I have, until I seen this the other day, I have never seen a picture of KK. And KK, she is hot.
Yes,
My
she
sister is gorgeous.
like, wow, she's gorgeous.
I know, that's what I said.
Yeah.
I said, Dustin, is that really KK? And he said, yeah. And I was like, well, I've never seen a picture of her. I was like, dang, she's gorgeous. Gosh.
and they're all of them, you will see on panel, even for Zeke, they all help make the program go smooth behind the scenes. It's just right now they got some things going on. So you got Vickie, Yo Baby, Crazy Girl, Crazy Mom, and KK.
Yep. My jellies.
But I thought you would like that.
I like it.
That's lovely.
Very cool.
I even did a special intro just for them too. And while you're doing your part or waiting for any last comments before you go, because it's only 27 seconds, here it is. So
very cool. I like it.
I figured you'd approve of that one.
Aw, Beth says Dustin's Angels.
Yeah.
That's right. We're Charlie's Angels.
And Zeke is my brother angel. Yep.
Exactly. Don't forget Beth. Bethany too.
Beth knows she is.
Yep. Trust me.
Bethany tolerant. Oh, she was telling me all this stuff she was going to tell y'all about me on the show. All the
nitty gritty.
All the Zekisms I say.
She can stay on when Zeke leaves, and we'll know all the.
She's like, I'm going to tell everybody on the show what you said. I said, go for it. I said, they're not going to expect anything less coming out of my mouth.
We're all ears. Are you
y'all should see our text messages. Oh my god. we have so much fun.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yes, PW, you can be the witch. The best witch ever.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's our witchy woman.
Actually,
yeah.
Vickie.
What?
And Zeke, Vickie, I told her it was up to Crazy Girl, Yo Baby, you, and Crazy Mom and KK. But PW, or what? I think it was PW, wasn't it you, or was it Cece asking, "How do I become a jelly?" I said it's up to those ladies. They're the ones that decide, and it's a mutual agreement who becomes a jelly.
Just jump in, be a loving bug. I see it. Just jump in, be a loving bug all the time.
Yeah, but yeah.
Zeke, what happened to your hair?
I just let it out of my ponytail.
It's like
you're my number one favorite witch, PW.
Yeah, we love Paranormal Witch here.
Yes, we do. Absolutely.
Well, y'all said no more questions. I'm going to go ahead and hop off and get to bed.
Have a good night, Zeke and Beth. And thank you so much on behalf of all of us. As always, Crazy Girl and Yo Baby and Crazy Mom give their thank yous and their love to you. Sorry that they can't be around here lately, but they're coming back.
Awesome. Well, all right, everybody. Thank y'all for all the comments and the discussion and the questions. And thanks for being here. Thanks for listening. And I'll be back again next week, and we'll continue to talk about ghosts.
Sweet.
Good night, guys.
Awesome.
All right.
Night, Vickie. Night, Dustin. Night, everybody.
Night, Beth.
Bye.
Love you both.
Love you, ma'am.
And now there is 2.
Dun, dun, dun.
But I still think tonight went really good, and
I do too.
we still got 9 people.
I know. It's
And I
because they
was
think we're
shocked
crazy.
last night. Yeah, and it's getting better. That, you know, like last night we were up to like 25. We almost hit 30, and I was so shocked. And
Holy crap.
yes, and you know, and Dago, the true crime community, I'm so grateful for them too. And
I like Dago. He's
yeah.
nice. Look at this.
you
Look at this.
last night?
You see, look how pitiful.
Oh,
She's like, okay, Mama, rub me. Just rub me.
Adrian, every week, every Monday and Tuesday, Tuesdays we set up for Zeke, and then afterwards we continue it on. But Mondays, we do it too. It's when they're available. Crazy Girl, Crazy Mom, Yo Baby, Vickie and Nikki, myself, and Brandon from Mindfully Eccentric Paranormal, and his friend, Kitty Cat.
Yep, kitty cat.
And
Adriana or
Cat. Andromeda. There we
that's it.
go.
But we just call her kitty cat.
Yeah. So we talk about a lot of things, you know, help people learn. We talk about our experiences. We encourage people to ask questions to anyone on panel. You know, if you had a question, say for Vickie, we encourage that. If you had one just for Zeke, we encourage, or Crazy Girl, or Mom, or Brandon, or whoever it is. You know, it's not about just one person. We are a family.
Yep.
And you know, it's a safe place. You know, we don't do drama. We don't talk bad about anybody.
Nope.
We welcome anybody, even our enemies. If there's someone, even though we don't look at them as an enemy, but if they feel that we're their enemy or they're against us, and they were to show up, nothing but love. Hey, good to see you. How you doing? I hope you're doing okay. That's just how we are, you know.
We don't do no drama, llama.
Exactly. And sometimes I do karaoke.
Yep.
You know, I mean, and
we just share the love.
Yeah, like last night I wanted to do Dreamscape, but Vickie, you know, her son wasn't feeling good, so she wasn't able to make it. So I kind of started it with just, you know, dream manipulation, and then Dago. I was blessed to have Dago come up because he's a very smart man too, and go along with it. And we encourage people to ask him questions. You know, I have no issues or problem with going like this right here, being like, okay, there you go, you know. And if someone has something to add into it, we just bring them back down, and there you go. I mean, it's
exactly
very laid back.
I'm like, why did you highlight me? I was like, he does it. Catches me off guard all the time.
Adrian is pretty much new. I mean, I know who she is from other people's live streams, but there's a few people here. Would you like to tell people how you basically came into this YouTube scenario?
Yeah, he threw me to the wolves. That's how. So I have my own paranormal. I am Reflections of the Paranormal. I'm on Facebook and I have TikTok. My name is Vickie Norris. On TikTok, it's Vickie Norris 702. and it does have reflections of the paranormal as well. So you'll see some videos and photos and just some hanging out time with the friends in the paranormal. Also, on my Reflections of the Paranormal page, you will see me. I do a lot of lives when I go. I have an investigation coming up this Saturday at the Lotes house. Lotes or Lots, people say it different ways. And it's in Franklin, Tennessee. I'll be down there with a boo crew that is another team. I do sister with several different teams, and that's one of the teams that I actually sister or partner with. And so we will be going down there. I do a lot of collab. I do not have a YouTube. And so I met Dustin last summer, and he was like, hey, I've got a place. It's a brand new place. Would you like to come check it out? He's like, I really like the way you do, because I'm easygoing and mellow, and I'm open-minded, open-hearted. And so I love to debunk, and I love to see what I catch. And there's no fake. There's no BS. It's either you get what you get or you don't. And the way I do my evidence is I post it, and I'm like, here you go. Tell me what you think. Because paranormal is exactly that. It's paranormal. We have not died, went to the other side, so we don't know. So we have to use our feels, our senses, equipment, any communication, photograph. You always need to have 2 or more pieces of evidence to collab together to try and focus on something being paranormal, no matter what it is. So my style of paranormal investigating is I like to go sit on the front porch. Hey, come join me. Let's do this together. Because I like to have fun with it. I like to speak with ghosts or spirits, whatever you want to call them. The spookles. And I love people as long as they're good-hearted, good-natured. Dustin's good-hearted, good-natured. So I went to visit Dustin. He took me around to Fort Duffield. We went to Fort Duffield. We went to Sarnersville Springs. We went to, what was the park when it called again?
I took I took you. We went to Fort Duffield, the town of West Point. We went to Saunders Springs, and then we went to Freeman Lake. And the Freeman Lake was Abraham Lincoln's mom history.
Mm-hmm.
Freeman Lake was part of the Civil War and how they played in it. Plus, it's got the freshwater spring that you and Nikki really liked.
I know. We played barefooted in the spring, and we had ducks or geese, whichever you want to call them, but I call them ducks because they were actual ducks. Some people will call them geese. They're not geese. They're ducks. Anyways, they floated right behind us, right in the creek. Well, a brook, actually. But still, it was spring creek up above us. Anyways, so we had a good time. Dustin is amazing. He's a great tour guide. We just clicked. Absolutely clicked. He's a total sweetheart. He's got such good, light, white energy. So we talked over the months, and, we just become like brother and sister. Basically, it's what we are. He's my PB, my paranormal brother. Me and the girls were the jellies because, PB and J.
And that right there is the most important of all of it to me is crazy girl, yo baby, and you and mom. I mean, you all just get along so good, and they're like, it's a family. I mean, nothing makes me happier, But anyway, go ahead and continue.
No, that's okay, brother. So I'm country, if you couldn't tell by my accent and the way I can't talk sometimes. I'm country. I like to sit on the front porch and, shoot the shit, talk the talk, swap stories, get up and go and make stories. That's just me. I love people. Dustin loves people, good-hearted people. We get along. We go. We have fun. We might not always have the same belief system, and that is absolutely okay because we still respect each other, still love each other for who we are, still support each other, And so I help him get the word out there about Fort Duffield. Then he's like, hey, why don't you come on over here to my YouTube? I'm like, does thou know nothing about YouTube? I don't do YouTube. That's way above my pay grade. And he's like, no, come on, join me. I was like, okay. So I joined him. He threw me to the wolves, guys. I mean, literally threw me to the wolves like he is now. He's got me up on the big screen, and he's nowhere to be found. I still don't hear him. Nowhere to be found.
Here. I'm Crazy Girl came in, so instead of typing, I'll say, yay, Crazy Girl's here. Yes.
I love you too.
I can't wait to show her what
yes.
did for everybody. Oops, what am I doing here? Let me get back out of here. I'll go ahead and overlay it. Crazy Mom loved it. KK's part of it. So but here we go, Crazy Girl. This is the overlay. Yeah, this is the one I want. Right there.
Look, girl. Look. Ain't that cool?
And KK is in there too, right beside Mom.
Yep.
I loved it. That was so sweet of her to do.
I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
Aw. I'm sorry, sister. She's been dealing with toothache. Did some darn melted milk balls. Those darn robin eggs. Girl, don't make me go grab my bag because I got 2 bags. One's of the small one of the big ones. Not even playing. Easter time. That's my kryptonite. Kryptonite.
Yep. But yeah, back to how I'm glad you did, because Crazy Girl and Yo Baby, and like I said, all of you, just the best. But continue.
No, that's okay. I think I was done. I think I told everything.
But yeah, I pretty much said, well, to help her out with Reflections of the Paranormal, because she don't have a YouTube. And I actually talked about this with the other ladies even, and they thought it was a great idea. And we brought her up, and she's part of the family. There's 3 people that have full access, full control. And even if Vickie wanted to, let's say that she wanted to do a live stream on her Facebook, but then wanted to do one for all of you, there's 3 people, they can get on there and do that.
Hold up. Pause. Crazy Girl, do not make me drive to your state to tan your hide. Not even playing.
Oh,
my sister is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Yes, she is indeed. And so, the more love that you show the ladies, the ones that are my inspirations, you never know. You may see Vickie all of a sudden out of nowhere pop up and do a live stream on here for all of you. And she may go, hey, Crazy Girl, hey, Yo Baby, you want to come up and help me out? And you never know. You might get that treat, because we're family. But I need to answer a question
for Sunshine. She asked you if you cleanse your stones. That's what it was.
Give my answer. Since Zeke's already gone, but Vickie will verify. The answer is simple: no. But there's a reason I say no. I don't need to. I hate going back to this series, but it's the only way I can get people to understand, really. If you watch the series Laying with the Dead, I take off my stones and I'll give them to who's ever there with me to hold on to, okay? The stones, I'm so positive in my inner faith, and my energy is so strong. My belief, I don't need to. They're always energized. There is no cleansing to be done.
Now, this is where me and brother differ, and that's okay, because I love him and I know where he's coming from with it, and I absolutely support him and his decision. Me personally, do I charge mine all the time? No. Do I charge mine when I've had enough negative around? And negative, it's not necessarily negative spirits, but any negative humans, negative energy, anything that's been negative around me. Sickness, when I've had a lot of sickness, or in my house has had a lot of sickness, I will take my stones, and it depends on which stones, because you need to read up on it to depict on how you cleanse them. I will take some of my stones and I will take it to a spring water where it's running through a creek, and it does have spring water, and I'll run them over and let it cleanse, or I do it in sunlight. And I also have a selenite. I hope I said that right. Selenite, kind of looks like a tube, but it's probably about 10 inches long, but I will actually wrap my stones around it, and I will actually set it in the sun for a while. So.
Yeah. And that goes back to what Zeke was saying earlier. We all do different things, and the way we, I hate to say it, and this is going to probably, I'm glad that one person isn't here right now, because this would totally flip her over the ledge. But I'm going to go ahead and say it. A cross has no value, no meaning to it unless you give it that meaning. It's your faith in that cross that protects you, that faith that you have in your religion and God that is protecting you. So that's
faith
what's
and intent.
power. Yep. Thank you. Intent. And that's how I feel about the protection bracelets and protection stones. I have nothing but positive, good intent, and that works for me.
He's healing it with his own energy. That's what he's doing. His own intent, faith, and energy. That's how you're cleansing it.
So, and she's met me in person. Vickie and Nikki have met me in person. So
a couple times.
Yeah. So they know.
Once, but I have a couple times.
Yeah. And, so when I talk and when I say things, I mean what I say. I'm not just talking out my ass and my butt hair is tickling my butt cheeks. It's, I practice what I preach, and I have true faith in the positive.
And he's very respectful. So that's, if you've never met him out of YouTube or off channel, Dustin, I will have to say he is one of the most respectful, decent human beings that I have met, that no matter what the situation that I've watched him in, he has always held his head high, even when he wanted to bite his tongue. And he's always been so, so respectful towards everybody and anybody. It didn't matter. If you shine shoes, or if you pick up trash, or if you're the president of the United States, or, no matter what, he shows respect. And I really, really adore Dustin because of his mentality, because of how his heart is. That is why me and Dustin hit it off. It's because he has a good heart. I have a good heart most days, but he has a good heart. And I love people who have good energy, good hearts.
And that's not to say that her and her husband won't come up here and Bible thump my ass.
Exactly, because I will heal his ass, and I will video it for everybody to watch if I need to.
Oh, don't say that, crazy girl, your baby mom, and everybody, and they'll be. We want to see that,
right? And I've told Dustin, don't get too crazy. Don't make me lay hands on your son, because I lay hands, I will pray you down. Let me tell you. Adriana said, a cross is an evil intent. Jesus' own cross is protection. Well, I'm going to disagree. Okay.
And that's what it's all about, is everyone having, yep.
Absolutely. your own thing. A cross with the intent can either be good or bad. It's the intent and faith you put into it. That is my belief. Not saying you're wrong. Just saying I disagree on my opinion.
Yeah, because that would be like turning it upside down. And even if it has Jesus on it, it's going to be bad because you're putting bad intent into it for certain reasons.
Right.
Or if you're holding it upright like it is with a great intent, positive, and love,
right,
it's a good.
And so, and like she said, Jesus on the cross is protection. I do agree with that, but me personally, I cannot wear a cross with Jesus on it, because when I look at that cross, it makes me sad. It breaks my heart to know that we as a human race did that to people, crucified people. And for me to see my Lord and Savior on a cross like that, it just brings up what he went through. So I can't personally hold that in my hand. It breaks my heart. So with me, not everybody, but with me, I need a cross that doesn't have him on it, so I can be praying and have a different intent, a different thought with it.
Yeah. And I wasn't laughing at you. Crazy girl. You read her comment? That's what I was laughing at. No witnesses. See, I told you.
I know, girl. I know you got my back.
I can see it now. Crazy girl, yo baby, be holding me down, and Vickie and her husband.
I know, see? Sorry, Dustin, got to stick with my jellies. That's right. Woman power.
And
I would say girls, but we are way past the age of girls.
And Beth agrees with you, feels like you. And then Adrian, see, and that's what I love about everybody so much is.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you, honey.
And like I said before, people are so misguided by me. For so many years, I hid my knowledge and the things that I've done in my past. And then I met Zeke, and I'm like, wow, here's a man of faith. Here's a man that is in the ministry. And, and he's the same way of learning that and wanting to balance the good and evil and know about the evil and dark side, so that really encouraged me to share more of it. And he knows that I'm legit because the things that we talked about.
Exactly. And that's what I like Zeke a lot, because I know I was laughing about this. I'll read this in a second, but I like Zeke a lot because he was a pastor. He does still do the ministry and stuff. And I love how he's not narrow-minded.
Yeah.
And you'll have so many Christians that get locked on a word or a phrase in the Bible, and they're locked on it. Yeah. And they don't open their mind. They don't open their soul and their heart to it. And that's why I'm a Christian, but even as Christian men, a lot of Christians butt heads over it. Mm-hmm. It's because no matter what you believe, whether you believe in God, whether you believe in a creator, it doesn't matter. The greater being that created us, you have to be open-minded and full of love. Now, does that mean I don't get mad? No, I get mad. Let me tell you, I get mad. And I have my bad days. I am not perfect. I am not a perfect human. But I still have to pray. Exactly. I still have to pray. I still have to ask for forgiveness on a daily. Woo, Lord, on a daily, especially my mouth. Lord, help me. Lord, help me. All right, so I'm going to jump down here. Crazy Girl said, I wouldn't be able to hold anyone down, but I would be laughing too hard.
And hey, welcome, Chris. Thank you for joining.
Hi, Chris. Come on in.
I don't know how you discovered us, but I am very grateful. And, it's very humbling. Mm-hmm. very laid back here, and I'll be the first one to admit. I'll be the first man or whatever. I will admit that I need to bring this back up again here. Is this the overlay? Yeah. All right. Those ladies right there are what help keep me going. They're my inspirations. They are the backbone, and so you'll see a lot of all of them. KK revamping the YouTube channel is doing so amazing. She's actually the one that created this. Surprised me with this, and I absolutely love it. We're a family. We don't judge here. We all get along, and I don't care if you're straight, gay, black, purple, pink, atheist, saint. We don't care.
I don't care. Come in.
You've been here since last week. Oh, well, thank you. Like I said, I don't know how you discovered us, but I'm very, very grateful for it.
Aw, my kind of people. Thank you, Chris.
And you missed it, crazy girl. We're gonna highlight KK. KK did a good goof blooper tonight because crazy girl, crazy mom, yo baby, Vickie, and KK are super mods, and that gives them the ability to put chat into slow-mo, and gives them more control.
I don't know how to do that.
And they can even time out another mods. And I hate to say it, but they can even time me out, which is funny. But yeah, but so KK was going through and she was putting it in slow-mo to make sure everyone's comments weren't missed towards Zeke questions. And she clicked a button and disabled chat for about I don't know, a good
5 minutes at least.
Yeah. And all of a sudden we went from like 16 people all the way down to like 6, but we got them back again. It was funny.
Well, I think it was 10, but
yeah, it was so funny. Oh my god. She's like, sorry. I was like, no, don't be. She learned the right way with a bang.
Well, I think the first time I was doing it, if I ain't mistaken, I think I cut the whole YouTube off that night, the very first time.
So if like crazy girl, you look up at your comment section there and you see the little sprocket, you click on that, and same for Yo Baby and Vickie, that's what you click on, and it gives you so much more control over that chat. But I'm sitting here trying to figure it out, and she had it corrected before I did.
I don't know what crazy girl's talking about, but she said, "Oh hell no! Can we put you in timeout?" Left my ass. It's on like Donkey Kong. I love it. And then Beth said, "That's when I came in. Laugh out loud."
Yeah, it was funny, and I had to interrupt Zeke to let him know and be like, "Sorry, everybody, we're having difficulties. We're technical. We'll get it corrected." Okay, Zeke, on with the show.
Well, it was funny.
Oh, I loved it.
It was a good night. It was a really, really good episode. Like, I thought Zeke did wonderful. The stories, holy crap! Like, I'm not even playing.
What?
That one story irritated my soul. I wanted to jump in, and I know I wanted to thump that aunt sister in the head. It's like, why didn't you go search for her after the first night? Like, having the dream, she was supposed to be there, didn't show up, and you had a dream. Why didn't you go searching for her then? No. I'm sorry, it irritates my soul. That poor baby could have been found sooner.
Yeah. And that's the thing, and I'll share it with all of you since Crazy Girl. I'm glad she was able to make it. I've already told Mom and a few others and Zeke, but I get messages all the time after the live streams, and you would be I'm still in shock over it since we've been doing the Monday and Tuesday nights, and all of you, and from the beginning to now, the way we've got. I won't say their names. I'll respect their privacy on that. But we've got some very well-known big YouTubers that are watching us secretly because they love the shows. And they'll send me a message saying, we have never seen a panel of 5, 6, 7, 8 people be so not really uniform, but they're one speaking, and then if someone has something else to say, they go ahead and say it, and we all be quiet and allow them. And then it's like everything is so in sync, and then the comments being highlighted, and someone engaging in a chat, everything is going good, and they're like, wow. And to me, that's a hell of a compliment.
I agree.
Compliment.
I absolutely agree.
Normally they don't watch channels like that, but they love listening to everyone's stories.
Hi, Vegas. Vegas jumped in.
Vegas. Welcome back.
Chris said, love ghost stories. My dad and I bonded going to haunted houses when I was little. One question, are orbs spirits? Justin, I'm going to let you answer, and then I'm going to answer. Yes and no.
Because and here's the thing, I might make people mad, and I don't care. People will go, oh my god, orb, there's an orb. Okay, well, you're in a dusty area, or you're in a building, and 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, you were walking around. Okay, those dust bunnies are still going to be floating around, and you could be getting them, and it's okay. Some people don't think about this, or you're sitting here in your living room and your dog's running around 10 minutes ago. Next thing you know, you see something thinking it's an orb, and it's not. So yes, it can be an orb if no one has been moving, or if you allow everything to settle down and you zoom in on it and you can see pictures or whatever. So that's my opinion. Yes and no.
Okay. Now, my opinion is yes and no. All right. So here's the thing. You've got insects. You've got a lot of anomalies that come off your phone, your cameras, equipment. It'll shoot an orb out. You've got dust, what he's talking about. A true orb has a set direction, or it has a different way of moving than what dust would or an insect would move. You have colored orbs. Now, I do believe spirits come with the orbs. I believe that orbs are the energy off a spirit traveling. Okay. But do I believe every orb that we see is a spirit? No, I don't. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I believe an orb is the energy before the manifestation of a spirit. I believe it is like what you would call the start, and its movement and its travel and stuff like that. Now, there are different color orbs. One of my favorites that actually blew my mind one night, and I was so disgusted, so mad, because I was on live and I was at a jail, and I was talking into a room, and I had been talking into the room, speaking to the spirit, whatever. And all of a sudden, I decided to get off my live. For whatever reason, I think I was going to go to another cell or whatever. But as I clicked the off button, I see this ginormous freaking orb, and it was orange. I have never in my life, I seen it with my own eyes, and I see it go across my screen, but my live had just ended. Now, you talking about sick? I was sick as a dog, because that was amazing. Amazing. It was orange, and I'm talking about orange. So when you get something like that, yes. But even with orbs, or what you think is an orb, you still can't count it paranormal unless you have 2 or 3 things together to list it. And even then, you can only put it out there as unexplained, which is paranormal. And you have to leave it up to each person, because each person is going to have their own different thought or their own different feel from it. Yeah. So until you have 2 or 3 things that correlate together, an EVP, a photo, you know, a recording, you've got to, that's why people take, when you take a picture, I'm sorry, you may have a great picture, but unless you have 3 in a row to where you see a before, during, and after, I'm not going to look at it and think paranormal.
That's
you have got to show me the difference.
In a row of the same, and don't take one and then an hour later take one of the same. But take, like, just tap the hell out of that button and get multiple ones at the same time. And again, I want to let everybody know, I'm not being mean or trying to make fun of people that do think that every time they see a dust bunny, it's an orb, because a lot of people they're not thinking about that. It's just, you know, that's my way of looking at it. So I don't want no one to think that they're being attacked if they believe this. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Beth said true orbs are energy. Vegas said they're balls of energy. Let's see. Beth also said, wait a minute, did I miss? Vegas. Okay, yeah. Sorry, Vegas, honey. I missed yours. We had some show up at NSP. Beth says we had black ones in the house tonight. That is cool. I'm just saying, because there are some orbs that actually have like faces in them. Some green ones, black ones. The ones that are like haloed with black inside. Those are pretty cool. I'm not even gonna lie. Those are the ones that make you say, oh shit. David says, I've seen an orb transform into a full body apparition on a panel once. That would be cool to see. That would be absolutely cool to see. Vegas, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, because I'd like to know, because the reason why I asked Chris on how you discovered us, because I do like to thank people like Dago. You know, a lot of his family comes over, and I thanked him, or Mayhem and a few others. I like to give credit where credit's due. Like if Vegas sent someone over, and that's our first time, or we don't know them, I like to say, well, who sent you? And Vegas, oh, thank you so much, Vegas. That means a lot to us for looking out for, you know. So that's the reason why I ask.
Chris said something I wanted to comment on. She said they show up on her security cameras. They bump into each other. This happened after my husband passed. Okay, so this is what I'm going to tell you. All right, and this is only because I've seen it and dealt with it and felt it and whatever. But people think, some people, not every people's, some people believe that when your family passes on, that they pass on and they don't never come back. That's not true. Our families are always around us. And this is what I'm going to tell you. All right. You don't need anybody else to tell you how you feel.
Night Vegas.
If you look at this camera ring or whatever, and you see these orbs and they have a different way of moving and they're coming in and out of your house or something like that, and you have that instant intuition that that's your family member, you don't need anybody else telling you that it is or it isn't. You go by how you feel, your intuition.
Yeah.
You go by how you feel. So you don't need anybody else to give you, what's the word I'm looking for, Dustin? Validation.
There you go. Yeah, validation. Yeah.
Because we are all gifted. We all have intuitive abilities. It's how we're made. Some are stronger than others. Some see, hear, feel different things. But we all have that intuition. It's like the deja vu moments, or you got that feeling like, oh my God, I shouldn't do something. We all have intuition. So if you look at something and you have an intuition there that that's your husband, then honey, roll with it. Tell him you love him, give him a hug and a kiss. And because I too have a husband that's passed on. I got a husband now, but I do have a husband that passed away. And I know that when he passed away, when my papa passed away, there were certain things that happened after they passed. And I know it was my loved ones. And I don't need anybody else to validate it for me.
Yeah. And
I'm sorry.
no, don't be sorry. It's okay. And
I was telling Chris I was sorry for her loss.
Okay. And Chris, it's because we actually talked about this earlier too, on how.
Oh, good night, Vegas.
Go
ahead, Mister.
It's okay, and that's one thing I get a lot of compliments about all of us, not just because I don't look at it's not my channel, okay? It's our channel. That picture that you saw, and Vickie's friend Nikki, she's a part of us too. That's her, right hand lady, man. That's her buddy, But everyone has a different belief. They have different ways of looking at things, like the orbs, I'll see something and see something totally different. Nikki will see a totally different crazy girl, and that's okay. We come together and it's still a bond, because they all play a part, and okay, I don't say exactly what I see, and then Vickie and Crazy Girl look at it again, or PW look at it again, and it's like, oh, wait a minute. Okay, yeah, what is this? I didn't notice it. And they can say, and then I'll say, yeah, that's exactly what I'm seeing. And same with them. And I can look at it and be, oh, wow, you're right. I can, so just because we have a different way of looking at things doesn't mean that in the end it doesn't fit together.
Right.
Night, Adrian. Thank you for being here.
Good night, Adrian.
I hope you come again. I hope you liked what you did hear of the show.
Yeah. And Chris said Brandon's video showed up on a suggestion, so I watched the Confederate video and I kind of followed him here. That's cool.
Yeah, brother, Brandon. Yep. Eccentrically mindful paranormal. Yeah. He's our brother, and you'll see him up on panel often. I always send him an invite, and even Zeke. We all love Brandon. We've taken him under our wing. And I'll give credit where credit's due. I met Brandon through Crazy Girl, and Brandon actually came out. What was it? Last week or the week before, and gave me and it made me feel so good that Crazy Girl and myself are the only panels, and that's a compliment. He feels comfortable enough to come up and be part of the family. He's like a little brother, he's really smart, and I love it.
I love the way his little brain thinks too.
Yes. And at the beginning, when I started bringing him up, he would always be like a deer in headlights. I'm good at putting people on the spot, and
he's too hard.
And look at him now. I am so proud of Brandon. He is so laid back and he's comfortable with it. And when he gets to the point where he starts doing his own live streams, he's prepared. He's going to know what to expect. And oh man, I'm so proud of Brandon.
Yep. Me too.
He is.
Crazy Girl's right. He is super smart.
And it goes back to, we all learn from each other. We learn from Brandon. He learns from us. And even in the after party shows, or not shows, but the after part where we still talk, he learns more about all of us. And, it's awesome.
But that's what I like. I love how people have the different outlooks, thoughts, opinions, a different view or a different take on things, because it will help you to learn. It'll broaden your horizons. Like it'll give you things that you didn't think about. And you're like, oh man, because there's something he did that I'd like to try and haven't tried yet, but
Yeah.
he did on one of his channels, and that was the automatic writing while doing like an Estes. I can't wait to try that. I want to do that so bad, and I can't write. I'm not artistic for Shotaki, but I still want to try it to see what I can get to come across. I didn't think about that. Didn't have a thought, but it was a good idea.
Yeah.
And it's like I seen some other YouTubers I was watching the other day, and they had a good idea.
That's okay,
And
Chris.
what was it? What did I miss? My husband.
No, she said.
Sorry, I wasn't clear. Oh, yep.
That's okay. Don't be sorry.
Absolutely not.
Oh, we're so laid back and easygoing here, and if you know Brandon and know the type of person he is, then you know that we have to be a good group and good people, because, like I said, he's picky, and he even introduced us to his friend
Kitty Cat.
Andromeda. Yeah, and we brought her up a couple of times, because it's part of him. That's his bestie, that's his, and so yeah, we're just so laid back, judgment free, and you'll never. It's like the one that was in here earlier. She got mad and left because of her different view towards Zeke and everybody else.
Yeah,
we're not going to talk. Hey, I'm still going to support that person. I'm still going to go and give a thumb up, and that's how we are. It's so laid back.
I'll be right back. I gotta go pee.
Okay, I'm gonna take that time, and here we go. Here's the intro. I'm still working on the new intro. I got to add the word "mom" to the beginning of it, and I'm doing a lot more. It's gonna be so badass by the time I'm done with this intro, because it's gonna have everyone incorporated into it, and it's my way of saying thank you to those that inspire me and mean the most in my life. Like I said, Mom loved it. Your baby loved it. Crazy Girl's here now, so she can see it. I'm glad. And I hope you like it, Crazy Girl. Vickie loved it. Automatic, right? That's a good question. Oh, and then we'll get to Chris too. I dabble with astrology and tarot numerology. That's cool. And PW, is PW still here? Yeah. And if you were here last night, thank you so much. Oh, it was rough, but I pulled through. I didn't have none of the jellies. That was, woo. And what a time to have. That was, oh my God. That was funny. It still turned out to be a good show. So the Paranormal, PW and whoever else is watching that was here, thank you so much. And KK, there she is. KK. I would have definitely been screwed in the comment section if it wasn't for KK last night. Holy cow. Oh. Crazy Girl, I put music and meditate, and then I ask questions, close my eyes, and wait until my hand move on their own. At work for me. Oh, that's cool, PW. And Crazy Girl asked PW a question, so that's what we were doing. She Crazy Girl asked, So PW, what was your technique to calm yourself to automatic right? And that was her response right there. That's cool.
All right. So I got a show, Crazy Girl.
Well, let me solo you out.
That's the little woods. And here's the big woods. I ain't opened them yet.
I love those things. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. And then
know
if that ain't bad enough, I got M&M ones. Peanut
Oh,
butter M&Ms. I mean, I meant nut, the big peanut M&Ms, not peanut butter. But
and I sent some orange cream M&Ms. I've got a bag for myself too. Oh, if you got to try them, Vickie.
I haven't tried them.
The orange creamsicle M&Ms. Oh my God!
Oh, that sounds good. Are they really good?
Yes, it tastes just like the
popsicle.
Yeah, there you go. Tastes
awesome.
Just like that. Exactly. Yes.
That's for you.
Well, the orange M&M has the orange flavor. The white M&Ms in the bag is the cream part of it. It's a cream. Oh my God. Oh.
I gotta try them.
KK's back. I showed everyone your masterpiece.
No, I know. I'm sorry.
Those and the malted balls and cotton candy. Oh my God. Oh.
I love them.
Here's a question for I think this is for PW.
There you go.
Oh no, she's actually okay. She does it herself. She's telling people how to. Okay, I think. Is that a question or is she kind of?
No, she said it as a question.
Okay.
Because she's got a question mark. But PW said, Crazy Girl app. I was like that too, but dear Dana, give me good advice to calm my brain down.
Oh, Crazy Girl. Now you got me wanting multiple. I'm going to have to go get my bag of orange cream M&Ms. Dang it.
Crazy Girl, stick them in your mouth and let them soak. Let them sog up, baby. I won't hurt your teeth that way. You got to crack the shell first, though. I'm just saying.
Did I tell you already? I'm not going to say names. I won't say exactly why I did this because, like I said, we're drama free. But I found on Amazon Ouija board molds, and they're going to be here tomorrow. I thought they were here today, but they're going to be here tomorrow. And I'm going to do something real epic for someone. It's going to be awesome.
Aww. That's awesome.
And KK just had to throw out there, I don't know how I'm going to do it, so I might need Crazy Girl's help or anyone that is familiar with, I always want to say acrylic, but resin, because she wants me to make her a googly-eyed paperweight.
You need to talk to Nikki. Nikki does resin.
Does she? And so, because I've got molds to do skulls with too, but she wants a paperweight googly eye. Thank you, PW.
Chris, do you do paranormal at all?
Yeah, that bites, Crazy Girl.
I'm sorry.
That's dang. Okay.
I bought these Friday. What's today? Tuesday?
I got to show you what these M&Ms look like so you'll know what to get now since you're all teasing me with these.
I know. I need to see. My favorite though is when you get one of these and they're super chewy in the middle.
Here, you wanna? There you go, macchiato. Want to keep them company, or are you gonna follow me out the door real quick? Don't step on the keyboard now. Oh, him got the
Marky, what you doing, baby? Come talk to us. Come talk to us. What are you doing? Marky. Just sit over and ignore us. Daddy's not getting you a treat. You need to come talk to us. Come here. Come here. Marky. Well,
I just scared off a whole herd of deer out of my front yard and a bunch of raccoons. All right.
PW, is she doing one Saturday? Yum.
That's what they look like.
Open it up. Let's see it. I told you, see, Monkey wouldn't talk to me because he knew Daddy was going to get a treat.
No,
And I told him,
you can't have M&Ms.
I told him he wasn't going to get one. He might as well turn around and talk to us.
This is a new bag. There we go. So you got they're stuck. I don't know if you can see or not. Is there a glare?
It is. They're white and orange.
Let me get you away from the light. There we go. Yeah, the white and orange.
Uh-huh. Cool. That woman had some serious gifts. I need to find her. I don't think I've seen her. What's her link under? Dear Dana?
Well, dear Dana.
Never mind. That's the one we had up on panel that night, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yo baby likes her. She is a good person.
I got you. I know who it is, though. I figured out. I figured out who it was.
She's a good person.
I got you. She will be on Saturday. Okay. What time Saturday? I'll be hunting Saturday night. I may have to go back and rewatch it.
Crazy.
I may not be able to catch it live.
My tooth just popped out.
Okay, I got you.
A crazy girl said he was being such a good boy.
Okay, so listen. Chris said tarot cards. Sorry, I got mouthful. Astrology, numerology are my interests. I have seen a couple of spirits. My grandmother was a witch. Oh, cool. And my midwife.
Uh-oh. She knocked herself out.
I know.
Yeah.
But I wasn't touching my phone. Anyway,
Yeah.
I got ruins that I bought the other day. I've done 2 readings so far. I got to finish learning it. But I like my ruins. I do. Paranormal said she start on my time, 6 p.m. I don't know. I'm Central. PW, are you on Central?
I think she's an hour behind me because when she had me up, no, she's Eastern, I think.
I'm an hour behind you.
Yeah, you're the hour behind me. And
Sunshine.
Crazy Girl's hour.
Sunshine says last night was, I can't even freaking talk, guys. Oh my God. She said last night was great. I felt like I was at a party and talked too much. Laugh out loud. That's awesome. I love it.
You can never talk too much, Sunshine. Sunshine's from Dago's group.
Okay.
She's a fellow meatball. Yeah.
Chris says, "Is that a min pin? So cute."
Yep, he's 6 months old now. Min pin. The vet said he's a rare color. They were shocked to see his coloration and his eyes and all that. So his name fits him well. Macchiato, caramel macchiato, the coffee.
Okay.
But
That would be 5 o'clock my time, man.
Yeah. The real baby girl though, she's on the couch over there. I won't say any names, but there's one person. Let me tell you what. All she has to do is hear her voice, whether I'm playing her YouTube video or it's on the phone or video, whatever. As soon as she hears this person's voice, she goes absolutely crazy. Tries to knock the phone out of my hand or the computer. She loves them. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Sunshine says, "Yes, I don't talk about what I've seen and experienced with too many people." Well, it's a safe zone here, sister.
And I'll show you Allie. I know someone else would love to see Allie.
Oh, hi, Allie girl. What are you doing? What are you doing, Allie girl?
Stinky breath. Stinky breath. Hey, be nice to him. And get out.
Monkey said, "What about me? What about me?"
Give you a dental treat.
Allie girl. Allie. Oh, Daddy must be getting treats.
I was gonna bring him in there to her, but
PW, me and you both, girl. I talk a lot too. It's funny though. If I'm not doing YouTube or if I'm not doing my Facebook reflections page or paranormal,
there you go.
I don't talk that much.
You got tinky breath. Yeah. But there's the Allie girl. She's the baby.
Exactly, that's right. That's me, KK. My tail's wagging. Me and KK's got to talk again. Next week, we got to finish up doing our thing.
Doing your thing. Girl talk, huh?
Yep.
See, now that's not nice. You say that.
Oh, she's hooking her sister up.
That's cool.
You know what we're talking about.
Yeah. I've seen a few pictures. They're so awesome.
No, know what? I know what. She's
freaking talented as hell.
Ain't that the truth?
I don't think there's anything KK can't do when it comes to graphic arts.
She's beautiful, smart, intelligent, and funny as shit.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we rolled.
She's funny, she's intelligent, and she's talented indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
When I grow up, I want to be like KK. Chris said she used to have a man pen. Now she has a pug. I love pugs with their little smashed up faces.
I think we lost Crazy Girl again, but
oh no.
Oh, Paranormal Witch. He feel left out. Don't worry, Dustin. I don't feel left out.
We love Dustin.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. We either talk to him every day or every other day.
Yeah.
He don't get left out too much. He got to live with too much. One of us got to
Trust
reach
me.
out to him.
Vickie knows where I live, so for some reason, no one heard from me for about a week. I can almost guarantee she'd be coming up here and you'd be seeing her go live. We're on our way to see what the hell's going on.
Mm-hmm. Be a paranormal
Hey, Craig.
smackdown. I'm bringing my ghost.
Craig's channel. If you love fish, you definitely have to go to Craig's channel, man. If you love aquariums, that's his job. He got, oh my God, so many aquariums and fish.
Hi, Craig. I like fish. Do you post them swimming around?
Yeah. Hey, Craig, if you don't mind, post your link for everybody.
Yeah, because I like watching that stuff when I go to sleep at night. I'm just saying.
For ASMR, I like Scully's House of Thrillers, and for fish type stuff, I love Craig's channel, man.
Right.
And I love fishing too, yeah.
KK said, she made a comment, said, no, you don't, Vickie. I'm not sure what that comment was to. Let's see. Sunshine says, I have a sweet tooth from hell and you're all eating yummy candy.
I don't know if Crazy Girl saw this.
Crazy Girl's back. She says, I love fishing.
Here's the M&Ms. I see it's even got the orange creamsicle bar on it.
Now, look, y'all blame Crazy Girl because it's all her fault. She got talking about these. And, of course, I had to show her that I was being honest, that had small ones and the big ones. And when it was in my hand, it was all she wrote.
This is painful. Thank you, Craig.
Thank you, Craig.
Like I said, Craig is a very good drama-free channel, and his fish aquarium, fish tanks, and that. You can learn a lot from him. I grew up with fish aquariums. I used to have Pacos and all that angelfish, and so a lot of what he does, I see him do. It brings back so many childhood memories. No M&Ms macchiato.
Oh, look, I fish. I love it.
And Chris, if you don't mind, in the description of this video, or all videos and all live streams, Crazy Girl, her link is the very first one. And you'll also see all the links. Macchiato.
Sorry.
No. He's trying to get my candy, then he tried to grab my bottom dentures out of my hand.
No. Look, no, I was cracking up over KK because she said next week both Vickie and PPR would devour big burritos in front of us. Don't come hungry.
That's funny.
Ooh, sunshine. I love pistachios.
But the links are in the description. If you would please go check out Crazy Girl channel. She's a huge inspiration to me. When you got Yo Baby, you got Vickie, some of Zekes, and Brandon should be in there too, but you already have him. So
Crazy Girl. It's all your fault. I wouldn't be eating them if you didn't mention it.
Yeah, and then you had to get your candy out, which got me wanting my candy.
I don't know. Why are we telling I'm a Capricorn. Why are we telling our horoscopes?
I'm 2. I'm Gemini and Cancer. I'm on the cusp. June 21st, I'll be 50. First day of summer, and I hate summer. I like fall, spring. Oh, my brother. And the old baby, yep.
Crazy Girl said while they're eating burritos, me and KK will be licking the big neon sign outside. It's funny is because we had tacos tonight, taco salad. Yeah.
Here's another thing that's good.
Who's it?
The buffalo wing ones
I can't eat cheese though.
are so good. And this one's gonna drive crazy girl crazy. I had cotton candy again earlier today too.
Cotton candy. Yum.
Oh, love cotton candy.
That's really bad for your teeth though, cotton candy. Whew,
Oh
it's
yeah.
good. My head is itching. I dyed my hair. No, I dyed my roots earlier.
Well,
And
and
the dye,
Paranormal
I
Witch,
gotta wash it.
Pisces.
Yeah.
But I do eat good stuff in a way. These are sweet dates. I think they're dates. And to me, they taste like figs. I love fig Newtons. So that's it. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it right there. I was waiting for it. Oh no, you just did not. But yeah, that's close enough.
Just stop already, she said.
She loves cotton candy too. No macchiato. You don't get.
Oh, Chris, that's sweet. KK, what are you?
I'm gonna.
She said I'm a water sign.
Here. No, you leave my bottom teeth alone, dog. Don't need a little min pin running
I'm a
around.
Capricorn. I got a half goat head, half fish tail. I'm an earth sign, but I could do water or earth.
Copy. There you go, Chris. In case you didn't have it, and then let me go get your babies real quick.
Where did our fish man go?
He comes and goes. He's probably
Hi,
he's in Australia too, so it's like their morning time almost, or something like that. I can't remember. Here's Joe baby right there, and mom. I'm gonna put mom's link in there too.
KK said that is literally the only healthy thing he eats, dates.
And the only reason why I eat them is because they taste like figs to me, and I love fig Newtons.
Crazy girl, I would have never imagined you being a fire sign.
And where's mom? Can't forget mom. I love mom. Where's mom? Right there.
Oh, KK.
These are three important things.
My oldest little, he's Cancer. He's June 26th. My fiery one, my youngest one, he's April 2nd. He's an Aries. Oh my God. Temper. He is fiery. His is fire sign.
Give KK a break so she can enjoy chatting with you ladies. I went ahead and posted the links for Chris.
Chris, what are you, honey?
Why he's not doing it now? He was chasing his tail around, attacking his own little nub. You're a goofball, you know that? Papa loves you, though.
Yep. Oh, Chris, you're a Capricorn too? See? That's what I am. Awesome. I love it. I get along with other Capricorns. I really, really do.
Not this one, I don't.
What?
I would love my future home, yes, but this one I'm in. Chris said Cancer loves their home. Future,
Home is where you
yes,
make it.
but not this one.
My son does. He said he ain't never moving out.
Cat. And
I said, okay. Because he was a late in life baby, so by the time he gets old enough to move out, I'll probably be old enough for geriatrics.
Last week, I was talking to someone. Excuse me. I'm gonna start drawing again because I haven't drawn in a long time, and I always get better every time I start doing it again. But I was told, and I don't know how I feel about it. Maybe all of you, since you're into astrology and signs, but I was told because of me being on the cusp of Gemini and Cancer that when it comes to things like poetry, writing, drawing, and just the creativity level itself, they say it's because of that. I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I'm not much into the astrology thing, but the signs.
I can't tell you because I've only known one Gemini, and me and him did not get along.
And seeing we get along great.
It's your Cancer sign.
Yeah. But now
It's all your Cancer sign.
But I am very protective, and I can be an a-hole towards people that, are like trying to hurt or harm the ones I care about,
Mm-hmm. What's an eagle Scorpio?
I never heard of that. See, I'm not much into the astrology and signs and.
PW says they're very creative. Geminis are very creative. I'm assuming she means Geminis.
Okay, so they are. Okay.
I know Aquarius is.
Allie, that's not very ladylike.
Well, she is.
Licking a certain part of her and making all
I got you.
ungodly noises. Yeah, that's not very ladylike. Tonight turned out to be so great, and we got to see Crazy Girl too. Oh my God, that's the bonus. That's the icing cherry on a cake, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And Chris, we got a new friend down there, and David's still here. All right. Oh wow.
Hi, David. Eagle Scorpios are cool. Okay, but you got to tell me, what's an Eagle Scorpio?
And it's funny, we got 11 people.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
Yeah, we love our lurkers. Hi, lurkers. We love you.
Mm-hmm.
I know who some of you are. We still love you.
I like to garden too. Plant by the moon. Moon cycle, moon phases, or you actually go out under the moon and plant. Sorry. Either way is cool.
Update. Damn, how many times is Samsung going to update your crap? Picky time.
David, we're glad you're still here, honey.
Just update it all, I guess.
Myers, sub all of them already.
Oh, Juju's still
Going
here.
to head to bed. Stephen fall asleep and be up 3:30.
Oh,
Bless
Myers
your
is still here. Yeah. Well,
Good night, Myers.
Yeah, that's Autumn. Autumn, and then Stephen is her husband.
Mm-hmm. I've met him on panel, but her I've watched on their YouTube videos.
Yeah,
and their little girl.
Yeah, they're the ones that interviewed me last night before I went live.
Oh, that's cool.
Because and I liked how they did it too. They even put the disclaimer and warning in their description, but they want people to know the reality.
Oh yeah, you definitely need a warning.
And and that was just for an interview, but they want, like we always say, and they say it gets swept under the rug. People need to know all aspects. They need to know the truth of how dangerous it can be. Juju, good to see you back. Been a while.
Eagle eyes. That's cool. You know what's so funny is that sometimes I make jewelry, and I actually found a stone, and it's called an eagle eye stone. And it's like it's gray and white, and it's got dark gray. And I found some, and I made earrings, and I actually sent Crazy Girl a pair of earrings made out of them, and they're good for your third eye, intuition,
Laughing at you.
all kinds of good stuff. But it's to help you see beyond what you normally see. It's to help you look above and beyond. It's to open your third eye. It's to, to help with your intuition, psychic abilities. It's also for good luck, business, money, intuitive, all that good stuff. It's actually really good.
Did you see Chris's comment? That's what I was chuckling at. Plant naked under the moon.
Yes, I know. That's what I said. I asked her. I said, well,
if I was to plant naked under the moon, oh my God, people would have nightmares for life. And then Juju, you're stuck with me forever, fam. I'll always be here. Oh, thank you.
Aww.
I hope you're following everybody else too, because they're all part of it.
Oh, thank you, Crazy Girl. She said it's a beautiful stone. It absolutely is a beautiful stone. It has a lot of great healing properties to it. It really does. And I've got to get a different wire so I can take the rest of them and turn them into my cat.
You're going to turn him into your cat? No, I'm just
no, my cat jumped up. I've got a small window at the very top of my wall, and my cat just jumped on my jewelry box to jump all the way up there, and she's like, help, I'm hot sliding. But anyways, no, I gotta get a different wire so I can use the rest of those eagle beads and make me either a bracelet, or I'm gonna make maybe a necklace, but I really think I'm gonna make a bracelet. Ooh, I could make a ring though.
That's one link I don't have. Is KK still here, or can Crazy Girl? Vickie's link is in the description too. Juju. I think. Hey, Crazy Girl, Zekes, your baby.
Oh well, thank you, Juju. I'm sorry.
I think she's the fourth one on the list.
Let's see. I'm not connected to that. Sagittarius. Yeah, get on well with Taurus and Capricorn. Yes, Sagittarius. Yes, David. I knew me and you got along just by reading your comments. I could tell.
And PW does.
PW cracks me up.
She does some great articles. I can't wait for her. Remember, you were there. She said she would come up on panel, and she hasn't done it yet to share her stories. Yeah,
I've got to go to PW's channel. Oh no! She's not on YouTube. She's on Instagram.
Yeah.
Saying I don't have Instagram.
I will screenshot her article for you and send it to you. I know she won't mind. And
please.
Yeah,
because I'd love to read them. Yep, I am. Don't feel bad. I don't have an Instagram either. Right, Juju? I know. Look, I'm just now on YouTube with Dustin. I'm like, I'm so old school, guys.
No, not just me. Not just me. Not just me.
No, the whole crew. But
there you go.
It's your side. But that's what I'm saying. I would have never been on YouTube if it wasn't for Dustin. Thank you, KK. I do. I need to read Paranormal Witches stuff because I've been wanting to read it since day one. Going to be on your panel one of these days. I just got hired for a job. I'm a busy mom.
Yeah, she finally got that job. Remember she was telling us about that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I knew she would. But yeah, that right there, that's family.
Yep. It is. I see.
You guys playing tug of war? I think.
Thank you, Juju. I appreciate that, honey. Well,
oh my God.
I'll be doing a haunt this Saturday. Yep. Which I've been there a few times before. It's an amazing location.
I'm glad you said that.
Yes.
No, after you're done, don't let me forget. I want to say something about the 4th for Crazy Girls. So when you're done.
Okay, so the 4th of March, this Saturday. Sorry, I had to throw the 4th in there. Anyways, I get to use Spotted Ghost's new app at a location. I've used it out in my driveway, not in my house, but I have used it out in driveway, and it's just spot freaking on. And then I get to go to a location that I've been to several times, and I can't wait. I'm so excited to try it and see what I get.
Yep.
Oh, that's so cool. Go ahead, Justin.
Crazy Girl, are you still here? I hope. Oh, okay, there she is. The 4th of April. Zeke and Beth are going to be there, and I'm hoping because I sent a message to Dale Houston and Lee Newton that are friends of also Melvin's, but Vickie, myself, Zeke, and Beth, and I wish you and Mom and Yo Baby could come, but we're going to be at the Octagon Hall in Franklin, Kentucky, April 4th, all night long. But and this summer we're going to do it again though, because we want to have all of you there. But yeah, that'll be something to look forward to, seeing the live stream.
Yep.
That was just made official today.
Yeah. You can only have 6 people. And then it costs extra after you go up. Just FYI.
Yeah.
Just letting you know.
Oh, you just froze, but there you go. Okay. Well, that's no problem. Next summer we'll do it again.
Absolutely.
I have no issue paying at all. It's worth it. I'm just not going to pay $50 or $100 to be in a public group that people are being loud and yelling or laughing or stomping.
Somebody.
Yeah, exactly. So I'd rather pay the big bucks to have your own little group that you trust. And yeah.
Yep. Man, I tell you what, when I was on the other team, we overseen the location. And like when you do events and stuff, sometimes you got to mind your P's and Q's, but when they act up and stuff,
Well, see, and this has been a long time coming because I missed it last November.
You did.
Because of my car issue. And, now it's like, okay, that's okay. There's always the future. I was still positive. And so now I'm actually going to be able to make it. Then I'll be able to go back again this summer whenever, Crazy Girl Mom and Yo Baby, and then get you and Nikki together even.
Sunshine says not creative, but I have this thing that always move my furniture around. Well, tell it, since it's moving your furniture, that it can mop and it can dust. And if it finds any money, it needs to bring it to you. I'm just saying. Give it some helpful advice. KK's on Instagram. One
With
of
us,
these days, I'm going to be grown and have Instagram, I guess. I don't know.
with us, crazy girl again. Gosh dang it.
I know.
That dang internet. I wish we could do something to help her with that crap.
I'm going to haul a damn. When I get a truck big enough and find a satellite, I'm going to bring her daggone satellite. Oh, wrong way.
Oh, no.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, okay. I had to talk to my mom. She just got hit again. Oh,
You know,
I'm sorry.
yeah, that bites. But I've got some. If Crazy Girl would be willing to try it, and I would even put it in a put it in a box inside of a box so that she could return it. But let her try it, and my portable internet, and see if that would help her out, especially when she's out and about in her areas and being able to live stream better. Just test it.
Yes, you need to let Dustin send it to you and test it out to see if it works.
And if it does, yeah, because I mean,
Oh, thank you, Chris.
what do you got? Oh, sock I gave you.
He said, "Psych."
Okay, well, here we go. I'm just being a smart ass. I'm not taking nothing serious. I'm just being funny and being a smart ass like I normally am. So here we go. There you go. And let me come down here.
He threw me to the wolves again. Come back, come back. I love you too, KK.
I'm just being a smart ass.
I love all my jellies. I do like coming in here. I do like coming over here and being on YouTube with everybody. Everybody's so loving and kind and considerate, and we have so many different opinions and thoughts and beliefs, and I love listening because I like to learn. And I'm always learning something. Whether my mouth is running or not, I'm still listening and learning.
Hey, we all blabber sometimes.
You know what?
You can't help it because you get so excited. It just shows your passion, and you just kind of get carried away sometimes without realizing it.
It's true. That's true.
But that's when we can just sit here and mute each other like what she did to me last week, and you just go ahead. See, now she can talk, but you won't hear her because I just muted her. And so it's it's all good.
He's like, what was that? Huh? What? What'd you say? Oh God, I don't know if y'all heard my neck and my back popping.
Why are you eating cardboard now?
Let's see. Same here, jellies. Thanks, Chris. I really enjoyed you coming in and the conversations with you. I hope with you, Lord. I still can't talk. It's like my tongue's tongue-tied. I hope you keep coming back. Let's see.
If you're into true crime, Chris, you definitely have to check out Dago. Yeah. His link is in the description all the way towards the bottom. He's a true crime community. And I tell you what, that's one of the best ones on there.
Sunshine, what's a Genesis stone? Ouch, just pulled my hair. Let's see. I might need some. What's it good for? Can it help a sister out?
I agree, crazy girl. Right there. Bada boom, bada bing. Bam.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Exactly. Look, this is the way I teach my kids. And I've told all my kids this. And I continue to tell my kids on a daily business. A smart man is constantly learning. And a dumb man knows it all.
Yeah.
Because the day you stop learning is the day you die. Like literally. It don't have to be physically death, but if you're not learning something, you're not living.
Like earlier when I said, hi, thank you, lurkers. I know there's a few lurkers that really don't like me, but hey, you know, I hope you're doing good. And thank you for watching. See, you know, we don't care.
No, I don't care. Come on in. Let me see. Tell them, got sunshine on a cloudy day. When it's cold outside, I got the month of May.
You leaving, KK?
What?
Thank you for everything you do, KK.
Oh, love you, KK. I'll talk to you later, Gator.
I didn't realize the banner was still scrolling. Let me turn that off.
KK, my husband was up around your parts. Oh, okay. She's not leaving. Let's see.
Well,
this Saturday,
best wishes, y'all.
maybe. Let's see. This Saturday is the 4th.
Okay.
Unbelievable. Have the time. I don't know what date it is.
She was saying that when I said hi to the lurkers and haters.
Yeah, that's what it was. Oh, good. Chris said she'll come back. Let's see. That's crazy. My mother just told me that. What did your mama just tell you? Let's see. I'm here. And Juju, what'd your mama just tell you, honey? Let's see. PW, I am here to learn and help anyone who needs. Yeah. Well, sister, honey, I need it. Yeah. I need help on a daily. Hold up. I need help on the daily. So you see my eyes until I'm not lying. Let's see. But I can't see y'all without my glasses. She's not leaving. Okay. Let's see. Will there be candy there? Probably so. Let's see. Juju. I guess it depends because we helped so many people. And all they did was give us their ass to kiss once they got what they needed from us. Oh, Juju, honey, I'm so sorry. No, you know, karma can be a bitch, girl, let me tell you. And these people who are ugly, they're going to get ugly back. You don't have to do nothing. Just sit back and watch. They'll get the ugly come back to them. And if that don't work, we'll go throw rocks at them. Let's see. Crazy girl. First of all, wait a minute. Hold up. Nobody answered my comment about what's a Genesis stone. Yeah, what's a Genesis stone? Let's see. Crazy girl. People get oh, hold up. It changed. Hold on. People get discouraged when they come into a channel to learn. Maybe it's their first time and wanting to talk about their experiences, and all they hear is drama. It's like, yes, or they get ignored. I'm like, I go into a channel, whether it's on Facebook or whatever. If I'm in that chat line within 2 minutes and I've said hi to everyone and I don't get a hi, kiss my ass or nothing, I'm gone. Yeah, I'm not wasting my time. Let's see. Let's see. Because I like people with a good personality. I like people with a good heart. Won't get that here. That's right. Let's see. The other day we was having a long talk on the phone, and she told me that a dumb man knows everything, but a smart man is wise and one can. That's right, Juju. That's right. Your mama, she's a smart lady. Very, very smart. Let's see. PW, that's right. She is, and she don't. Sunshine, I help. That's right. Let's see. Juju, I've been doing just that and watched them fall because I'm not holding their hand no more. Exactly. Look, if they ain't helping themselves, girl, you don't need to be helping them. First, they need to learn to help themselves. Now, sometimes people need a little leg up, so to speak. Give them a little cane, a crutch, give them an arm or an elbow to let them help themselves. But if they ain't helping themselves, you need to walk away. I'm just telling you. Let's see. PW, I agree with you, Vickie. Well, thank you. I don't know what you agree with me about, but I'm glad. I didn't say too many things. Crazy girl. Thank you. I'm the same way. I will just leave. See? Yes. Yes. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Okay. Yeah, about the 2-minute thing. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh, it's a moon rock. Oh. Will it help an old back out? Will it help an old soul out? You know, bones creaking and all that. I'm gonna have to look into that. Or a sample that was found right. Okay. Yep, crazy girl. That's what I mean. That's what I was talking about. You can't help those who don't want to help themselves. Yes, ma'am.
That
If
is
they can't,
100% fact.
I know, right? If they can't put any energy into it, then why should you?
Yep.
Right? Preach. Preach. I have a lot of crystal stones. Yep. I like stones. I do. I think they're pretty. And I like tinkering with them. I tinker with them sometimes. I got a bunch of necklaces and stuff already made up, but I'll take them sometimes when I go to paranormal meets and sell them and stuff like that. I even, like, PB, where you at?
I'm putting in my bottom
Oh,
chomp.
okay. Have you got the obsidian arrowhead I made you? Have you got that one?
Yep. It's hanging on the rearview mirror of my car.
Oh, never mind then. Okay. I was going to have you show them, like, I make some like that.
I got
And
a
then-
bigger version of it. I found I got it around my neck. If you want me to show it similar to the same thing, basically.
Yeah, you can. And then, like I made his other necklace that I give him, that I originally made it for me, but let's see, but it was just too strong for me.
Yeah, and I got the big old tower version of it coming.
Mm-hmm. It's not, crazy girl said, it's not that they can't help themselves, it's they want to help themselves, or you just wasting your energy. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. I agree 100%.
Okay, Kay, I will send you one. I sure will.
What the hell?
Yes, Chris. People who create their own drama llama deserves their own karma. Absolutely. That's what I call it, drama llama. We don't do no drama llama here.
No,
I forget who told me that. So somebody said that. I said something about we don't do no drama llama. I think it was KK. I said something about doing no drama, and she said drama llama. I think it was KK.
Yep, no drama, no pity me, no.
Yeah. Now, if you're having a bad day and you need to cry, we'll listen. But if you take it off a deep end, now that's a different story.
Here, it's like a bigger version, but basically the same thing that she does.
Yeah. So I don't wrap it all the way down. I wrap it only at the top, though. Yeah, that's cool. G says, I know the Genesis stones eliminate negative energy. Ooh, is that right? I guess that means if my husband's getting on my nerves, I could throw it at him. I'm just teasing, guys. I'm just teasing. Chris sounds just like me, sis. Aw. Oh, where I send my payment, I want one too. Aw. I don't have I don't have a thing set up to where Dustin have to do that. I don't have a payment thing set up. Okay. Ooh, where I send my
I
can send you one. I can send you one. I don't have I don't know. I might have one more arrowhead. I'd have to look and see. But I think the other ones, show them the green one. I don't know if they was on here and seen the green one earlier. But I have several of the raw cut stones. I gave Dustin an Indian agate. It was deep green, which my favorite colors are purple and green. So when I got it, I love that stone, and I originally had it for me. But it's got 3 different tones of green in it, but it's got a real dark green center. Anyway, so I've got several of those. Then I got some moon ones, and I got some cross ones.
And it don't fit around my neck, and it's actually broke too because I did try to wear it, but I've got such a thick neck.
Let's see. I do those too. I have healing bracelets on everything. I just closed my website so I can rebrand. Oh, well, I tell you what. Send me your address. I'll send you one, and you send me one back. But I know you have PayPal or Cash App. Now I don't. I don't have I have the PayPal set up to where I can send money, but I don't have to where I can receive money. I haven't figured it out. I didn't know why.
If they want to send it to me, I can send it to you through PayPal, or then not PayPal, Facebook.
Yeah, well, if she'll just send me her address, send it to Dustin, send him a message. Don't put it on here for everybody to see, but send me your address. I'll send you one, and you can send me one, because she says she does them too, so we can just swap out.
Who does Juju?
Juju.
Juju.
She said she just closed her website so she could rebrand. I love that.
You got a purple one for Crazy Girl, and I like a green one or a blue one for Crazy.
Are you talking to me or Juju?
Juju. I'm willing to pay to help support another.
Oh, okay.
I like helping smaller business people like that. Get one for Yo Baby, one for you.
All right. See, me and Juju, we got it. We're just gonna send one to each other. All right. And then Crazy Girl says, I want to find someone who can make me pendulums like that.
That would be awesome, Crazy.
Well, let me check into it, Crazy Girl. Let me check into it. I might not make them for everybody else, but I might check into it and make you ones. Let me.
That would be awesome if you did that.
What I can figure out for you, baby. It'd be my one and only. Let's see.
The one and only makes it more special and more meaningful. And the hint that you'll put into it, exactly.
Sunshine says it's a healing stone. Shoot, I need some healing. PW says I'm trying to make my own pendulum right now. Woo, girl. Get them spirits talking, baby. Oh, look, Juju's
3 books of answers to arrive. I don't know what the hell's taking them so long.
Juju says, I got y'all, my peeps. I'll start working on everything this weekend. Awesome. Awesome. Yes, at PPR, and very grateful and appreciative for you. That's so sweet.
Well, what did I do?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know.
Whatever.
But she says she's grateful and appreciative of you. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'll take any compliment I can get.
Juju says, agree. I'll try and figure it out as well. And Crazy Girl says, I love my pendulums. Girl, I will make you one. I just got to get it figured out, but I'll make you one. I will. Try and find you a purple one.
I don't twerk, I wiggle, and my wiggle will make you giggle.
I thought you was going to say my wiggle will jiggle. I was waiting for it.
See, now you got me eating pizza rolls for my midnight snack.
Oh, I hear you. Well, I eat Whoppers. It's gonna kill me. I'm gonna have to take my Prozac. My hernia's already. Poof. Vickie, I'm excited to see you use that spotted ghost. Girl, me too. So, it'll probably be about 6:30 or 7. I don't know because we're gonna go down there Central Standard Time. And so I'll go live. I'm sorry for yawning, guys. I'll go live on my way down, and then I'll go live probably before I start to introduce everybody, and then I'll go live during the investigation several different times.
I'm glad you said that. Like, I think I already, as I sent an email to Spotted Ghost, told him about something, and he's super excited for this. I can't remember one of you. It was either you, Yo Baby.
I've been talking to him.
No, about what the idea. I can't say it on here because I've already had one idea get taken and being run with, so I gotta start being careful what I say on here for things. But there's gonna be an epic thing. I'll tell Crazy. I'll send you all messages just in case. But it involves Spotted Ghost apps. And certain other object that I'm going to do. Oh, it's KK. It was KK. But I'm going to be doing something. I'll just let you guys know, but I can't let no one else know. And you're going to really think it's a good idea, and I'd love your guys' opinion on it.
Cool.
Spotted Ghost was really
Google insane. Play.
So I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah. Paranormal Witch said, "Where'd you get the Spotted Ghost app?" It was on Google Play, honey.
Again, it's in the description of every single live stream and video that we do now. It's all the way at the bottom. I got the link for iOS. I think that's called the iPhone or whatever it is, or then the Android. So you got 2 of them, whichever phone that you have. You click on it, and it shows you all the links. Or all the apps that Spotted Ghost has.
PW says she's going to check it out now. Crazy Girl, PW, it's on the Apple or Google Play. Juju says she just had some bagel bites. What do you think about his new Lindor app he's working on?
PW, are you still in here?
I think it's pretty cool.
Don't go anywhere yet, PW, here.
Well, I can't wait for him to finish it because it ain't finished yet. But I can't wait for him to finish it so I can try it out too. It's definitely different and very unique.
All the way at the bottom of the description of this live stream right there. There's the links right there. That way, because if you put in Spotted Ghost, you may only see one app. This will take you to show all of them on one page.
Yeah, but his Lindor app, he don't have out yet. No, he said he's still working on it.
And that's only for iPhones, as Androids don't have the linear liner. But he is working on something for Android people.
Oh.
Allie, that is not ladylike.
PW said, "Thank you, Dustin." It is unique, Crazy Girl. I completely agree. Look, I've done dotted up my glasses. Now I'm going to have to clean them for a second. Hold on.
Allie, you don't need no pizza roll.
She said, "Yes, I do."
I've been trying to find her nail trimmers because I need to trim her nails bad, and I don't know what the heck.
Do you have? You can trim her nails if you've got big fingernail clippers, like the big toenail clippers. You can clip her nails with those too.
Oh, not with her. I got to be able to, because I got use my whole hands. She don't like her nails being done. She moves them constantly moving it. So I got to have something I can grip really good and not sit here and try to slip out of my hand every time she moves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she don't bite or try to do anything like that. She won't hold her paw still.
I gotcha.
And I had some good ones, heavy duty ones. I think she took them outside and buried them probably.
Chris, I just figured that out the other day too. I've got, look. See? I got it on my TV. I got it on my TV. I figured it out the other day. I'm talking on my phone with it. But so I told Dustin when he does his crazy shit, I was gonna watch it on my TV because like I'm nearsighted because I'm old and I'm getting older. So now I can't see anything that close. So I wear my readers so I can see the phone and stuff. But my when he goes and does his crazy stuff, I'm gonna be watching it on TV. If I'm not there, I'll be watching it on TV. And that way I can see better. Thank you, KK. I have to get better at getting the links. Let's see. Okay. Went away.
I heard my name and I heard crazy. Guilty as charged.
Yep. But I love you, brother. Sunshine says Genesis Stone is a combination of jasper and hematite. Ooh, now I like me some jasper, and I got hematite too. I like me some jasper.
Have you done investigations on? I've been to ones here. I got videos up of it. It's the Forgotten Park where the evil tunnel is.
I don't know of a haunted forest except the one that's over in Japan.
But that's the only one I've done.
Do you? I don't.
You're talking about the 86th forest. That's at the bottom of Mount where Fiji water comes from the same location.
I know. And it tastes so good too, but then it makes you think.
Makes you think, of all the I would love that. I would love to go there. It's on my bucket list to go to that forest.
Yeah, you can have it. We'll tie a string around your butt.
Because that, to me, the 86th forest would be the perfect place to do an episode of Laying with the Dead. And allow them to, communicate, like, why, get some answers. Why?
With it having so much trauma and tragic, it's full of negativity. You know it is because it's got too much tragic.
But another way to think about it is they were so lost and felt so alone to where if someone would go in there with such a good intent, like what I would be doing, and sympathize with them on their level and be like, hey.
Until you pull out that scryman and your ass gets an attachment. They'll be like, take me to the light, brother. Take me to the light.
I don't think they'll let me take that on an airplane. The airplane might vanish.
I know it might.
Have another Milan airline situation or whatever that was.
Yep, that's exactly what came to my mind too.
Bermuda Triangle.
Sunshine, there's another story I learned about this past week. Yeah, last week.
What's getting into?
Now I gotta go too. I gotta go check it out.
You got the zoomies. I think it's time for you to have some CBD.
CPW. I was wondering because that was the only haunted forest I know. Look, I'm trying to smoke and I can't get comfortable because my boobs are in the way. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, holy crap.
Okay. It's the stuff that you like.
The airplane has gone into the void. Yeah, he went to a different plane of existence.
Oh my God, he loves this stinky chicken stuff. Allie don't like it, but he sure does.
Right. Oh, I don't know. Is the Black Forest haunted in Germany? I don't know, but I would probably lay bet it is. Because, I mean, you think about all the Nazi era,
Yeah.
it very well may be. That's a lot of trauma. Lots. That man was the devil reincarnated.
And see, this is another thing I like.
Yeah.
The 8 people, even though half of them are lurkers, but still, you got KK, Chris, PW, Sunshine, and Juju. And
we still got 4 others.
well, no, but what I'm getting at is, to me, you know how I am with the little things that make me happy. I'm just sitting here listening, and all of you just and Crazy Girl when her service is okay, but it makes me happy. It's like, look, you know, a friendship, bonds, and you know, this is what makes me happy. To me, this is what it's all about.
I know. I wasn't laughing at you, but I read KK's comment. I swear it said something different. She said, no, she said, PW, we have a version here. And I thought she said we got venison. No, I thought she said we got venison here.
Oh, venison. Yeah, you're thinking venison. And here I am saying virgin.
I know. Look, I'm thinking meat, and you're thinking, well, meat.
Oh, goodness. Oh, Juju, thank you.
Add to this all. I'm going to check it out. Check it out. I agree. I wouldn't trade y'all for nobody. I love it. Oh, we love you too, honey. I'm glad you came in. Glad you've been around. Meat. I know, KK Meat. Chris, I lived in Traverse City for a short time. Where's that at?
Traverse City, Michigan.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Right here, wherever you're at. I'm from Michigan. I moved here in 1998 to Kentucky. Traverse, it's hard to do. Well, up there.
It's up there.
I can't.
Let me guess. It's above Detroit.
Oh, way up there.
Yeah. KK said I'm on the other side of Wisconsin. I know. I heard he was up there yesterday.
KK, see this lake right here? That's Lake Michigan. Here's Wisconsin.
Yep.
You can actually take a ferry from Michigan, drive your car onto a ferry. It's like a 4-hour trip because the Great Lakes are so big. But yeah, you can go right across there. Lake Michigan, Lake Superior.
Me too. Go Packers. That's my team too.
Lake Huron, Lake Erie, Lake Ontario.
Lord, I'm lost. What are you going to start tonight? Chris definitely going to start it tonight. What are you starting? I'm done lost. Oh. PW just watched a 3-part movie on the Triangle. It's on Tubi. What?
There's a good YouTube video documentary that National Geographic or someone did on it too. Look at it.
I watched something the other day, and it was when the what do y'all call that? When the white caps turned to ice up there at Michigan.
Oh, you're talking when
off the
icebergs
Great Lakes.
melted.
Off the Great Lakes.
And that created everything. Yeah. There's another show then that you would like.
No. Wait. I'm talking about during the winter time when the Great Lake, when it has the white caps and they turn to ice. Well, when I was watching something the other day, and when it started melting,
Talking about the
somebody,
ice shows.
yeah, somebody went out there and started looking for sea glass, and they found a red piece of sea glass. And then when I mentioned it to somebody, they said it probably had iron in it.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought that was neat because it was up there at Michigan.
That's where they mine a lot of iron and copper too. Copper Harbor that's where Ted Nugent's from, is right up here, Copper Harbor. And then the iron is about right there in that area. And right there. So it could be the coloration from the iron and copper mixing, creating that reddish color.
Yeah, that's what somebody was telling me, because I was like, I ain't never seen no red. I thought, what could cause it to turn red? And my friend was telling me that because I mentioned it to a friend, and they were like, probably had a lot of iron in it, because he's like he's an architect and stuff.
Or tanninite.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see.
Because tanninite, they mine tanninite comes up there too.
Chris says she has nieces in Kentucky. What part of Kentucky? Oh, I'm far behind. How did I get far behind?
Or as I say, don't take offense, Vickie. I'm saying this to be funny.
Okay.
I always tell people, like, where are you from? Oh, well, I'm from Michigan, but I moved to Kentucky in 1998. And I live 25 minutes from Loserville instead of Louisville.
I got you. Well, you liked it enough, you kept your ass around.
Oh, I'll be leaving eventually.
Well, I did too, and then I came back.
Oh, there would only be one reason I came back, and that would be...
I got you.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hold up.
My home is wherever something else is.
Did you know? Fun fact. PW says, fun fact. Did you know that some Nazis escaped Germany and went to Venezuela? Yep. They have their own village there. No, I did not know that.
They've even found proof of Hitler being hidden away in Argentina, and one of them, yeah.
Operation Paperclip. Shit, they need to clip something, all right.
Yep.
I was shocked. See, that's awesome. I learned something. PW is still a really large concentration in South America. See, I know that they're still looking for his hidden gold, though, because I watched something. I don't even remember what channel it was, but they was over there, and where they were looking, like they was looking, and they found one place, and it had an old car in there and something else, some other little things. And then I was watching it where they went to another place, and they were going to dig around and stuff, and it was off a hillside, but they couldn't start digging around because it had a bunch of mines still left over. I'm like, yeah, go ahead and dig that up there, buddy.
Sinuses, damn it. Here we go. This is what, if you on the History Channel.
Yeah, hidden Argentina jungle. Oh, okay. Huh. I'll have to pull that up and we'll check it out.
Well, here I'll send it to you. Sure, I'll post it in the chat.
Okay. I appreciate it. You know, I don't know. I just love history. I do. I love history. I watch it when I go to bed because it's calming, it's soothing, and I like to learn. And then, of course, when I lay in bed, I'll either watch something like that, or then I do my storms and ocean waves and the fish. I like the fish too. So I have to check out that one.
All right, I just posted that in the link for all of you too. Maybe a little Lexington.
Lexington? That's
I'm
about an hour away from Justin.
Yeah, hour away from me. Yeah, hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah,
Why, is
it's
that where
about
they live?
Lexington is, I don't know.
Do you live in Lexington?
Who? No, she has nieces. Are you talking about Chris?
Yeah.
No, she said she had nieces that live in Kentucky, and I asked where, and she said Lexington.
You mind if I do a quick plug for her real quick? I won't play the whole
Go
thing.
ahead. Absolutely.
Chris, you heard him talk about Fort Duffield and all that. You might want to, if you want to let your nieces and them know here, because I did a plug for Fort Duffield on here. Where's it at? Come on. Fort Duffield promo video right there. But anyway, right there, Fort Duffield and West Point, Kentucky. If they're around and you're around, let me know. Vickie can go.
Oh. Huh? I was on it. What?
I said Vickie can go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I loved it. I'll be going back in the spring.
Macchiato.
I'll probably go at least 2 times this summer. Once in the spring and then once later in the summer. Because me and some of the girls, I'm going to take some of the girls, Nikki and the Scullys, we're going to come back this spring sometime. And then I'll probably take some more friends. I'd go up there. Let's see. History is better than fiction. Absolutely. And then KK, I don't know, whatever that mountain is, they claim they found part of it or something on top of a mountain, wherever that mountain was. I don't know where it was. Let's see.
I know.
Yeah, PW, that's what I was talking about. I think they were looking for the Holy Grail and something about all his riches. He had something. I don't remember what it was that they were looking for. I don't know. Go ahead, Dusty.
I was just going to say.
Yeah, say it again.
Really? You had to put your whole snout in my mouth?
He said, puppy love. It's puppy love.
So jealous. I'm sitting here trying to love on Allie. I was just going to say, I'm going to let you go until you don't want to go no more. Whenever you want to end, just let me know. Because I know I didn't realize it was 3 o'clock my time.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get off here. I got homeschooling in the morning. PW, me too, honey. I love it. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get off here. Good night, everybody in chat. Thank you for tuning in. Good night, brother.
I'm glad you came up. Thank you so much. Love you.
Love you all. Bye, honeys.
Bye-bye. And one last time for, because I don't think Juju saw the new intro, and I'm just very proud of it. And the picture at the end is what KK did for all of us. So I'm going to end it on this note. When this ends, that'll be it. Thank you all so much for showing up, for your support, for your views. Thank you for welcoming everyone as family. And remember, to everyone, you may be nothing, but to someone, you are everything. You're the whole world. Never forget that. So on that note, I hope you enjoy this little intro, and I can do it, make a outro one for it too. Oops. There we go, right here. Juices.